Mm, I ain't playing no music. Well, I'll play some music. Let some people get the notification. But yeah. Cats be like, when you play information like that, they gonna shut down your stream. What did I? Come on, dog. What did we play that we don't be talking about on any other show? Tell me what we talked about that we don't talk about on no other show. Thanks for the support. Thanks for coming back. I'm gonna open up the chat. I gotta play this song to let y'all build up, though.
I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, brother, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube, apologize like dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like I'm not in city for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happened to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connections. My complexion, pure black, that's the S. That's the S. You love me? Show me some love. All right.
Yeah, we back on that. Let me get this right. Stop that song real quick. Yeah, they just shut that down. Now I started thinking, okay, they said I violated something. Wasn't we just talking? Well, if I violated something, at least hit me when I'm at the point of violating something. Did y'all go back? What happened? Like, we just talking about facts and showing information and the stream get violated? Did I play some music? Did I, oh man, that's that Fat Joe, huh? I mean, hey, I don't know. How you doing? Good brother, Alan Flagg and Joey and G. Khan. How y'all doing?
What's up, Smash?
Peace.
What's going on, Smash?
Not just trying to build and learn, try to help and see what's up with this argument and help it to be right. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, doing a great job, Sebastian. Keep up the good work. They can't stop us. You're too black. You're too black.
Is that what it is? I didn't even think it was that black. I be watching people like, wow, they be, oh, if you get ignorant, then they leave it up, huh? But if you show them something, then they gonna take it down, huh?
You see, that's why you're always in trouble, Smash. Because you taking the argument to the furthest level. We just talking about Fat Joe, and now you went there digging into the facts to start to deal with history. And that's where you just get in trouble.
But I hurried up and took it down so they won't try to get on me. They probably still gonna get on me. But let me just ask y'all seriously. Like, really, real talk. What did y'all see in that video that might be some type of a violation? Let's just keep it a buck. Because if not, that's crazy.
No, what they do sometimes is they go violate you, and then when you ask them, they go say they can't tell you what policy you violated.
Maybe it was the content of one. Maybe it was the content of one of those videos. Maybe that was it. You know, it was so a lot of videos being played. So how y'all doing? And what are y'all comments on what y'all seen so far?
On what? Like the Fat Joe and
Nah, not
the
even Fat Joe.
Egyptian.
We can leave that
Okay.
alone unless y'all want to touch that. I was more or less thinking about a working hypothesis for FBA. We been here, quotes, sources, providing sources and stuff behind we was here, you know what I'm saying? And it seems that some of the things we seen in the video would provide some source material. Besides, we know we seen this, heard this information years ago, but a lot of brothers have worked to discredit it. So what do y'all think about some of that we was here source material?
Well,
I think you.
go ahead.
I think that you did deeper research than he did. I think he's just saying we were born here, so we should get first rights. I think your research was deeper because he doesn't talk. I don't think he talks about that Abo stuff. I could be wrong, but I never heard him say it.
Oh,
I
well,
think he just talking about birthright, but I could be wrong. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong. If he's into this Abo thing, but I don't think Tariq Nasheed is into that. I don't think that's what he meant, but I
See,
could be wrong.
I see a contribution by Indigenous African that say they can't stop the knowledge we back. Appreciate you, Indigenous African. I heard you, Joy. And what else y'all think?
well, I don't think. Well, here's my thing. Yeah, he said southeast part. Which I think the southeast will be um will land you in West Africa, right? Because if you look at the map, if he say south of Hispaniola, I can never pronounce that. That would be modern day Haiti and Dominican Republic, right? That island, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
I mean,
I don't know. I'm just saying, yeah. But if somebody might can answer that appropriately.
yeah, it was he. He said he went to hands by. I can never pronounce that, but yeah. Can somebody answer that? Wouldn't that be in modern day Haiti and Dominican Republic where he asked that question and the natives say no, these people came from south and southeast. So if you do the math, if you did it like that, it would land you on the continent on West Africa. If I'm not mistaken, right? Somebody can answer that.
Hispaniola is what they call Dominican Republic because one half was colonized by French, one half was colonized by the Spanish. So that would have been the name of the island at that point.
Yeah, but the
But what he
southeast from there is still it will land you in West Africa, right? If you look at the map
I don't want to
Dominican
I
Republic, right?
don't want to say yes or no because I haven't done that geography. I don't want to say that.
Okay. Okay, cool. But yeah,
It maybe it may not be. I have to we have to pull up a map and see. But I don't want
right,
to just say that.
right. So the way I got to answer it, I mean, maybe African did come to the new land pretty much, but I don't think it was a large percentage of them that came. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but if he
And he also say, I mean, he never said he met those people. He just overheard them saying, saying he never
right.
did his investigation and travel and see if that was true or
He
not.
never came to America. That is what
Who?
the agreement was. Christopher Columbus never came to North America. So everything that he had was hearsay. Somebody told him and he wrote it down. Because he never came to North America. That is what they were saying in the video. He went to the Caribbean.
Okay, let me hear from Brother Flag. How you doing, Brother Flag?
I'm doing just terrific, and I'm constantly being inspired by the work that you and the fellas are doing. I just said I have a question. I need you guys to help me get this clear in my head about the ABOs and foundational Africans and all that because I don't understand something. We know scientifically. I don't think there's an argument that the Africans we populated the Earth. Okay, so that's at one point in the timeline. So you come further in the timeline, then the question is whether the Africans from the continent were actually here living in North, South, and Central America. Right, they were. We were here. We have all. You just showed evidence, and Van Sertima started this conversation from my understanding in the 76, I believe it was, and they worked very hard to debunk his information. But the more they did that, the more it got substantiated. So the question for me is, for a younger generation, say people born in since 1980, let's say it like that. So they're going back and they're digging up something to, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to say that we as African Americans here are not related to the Africans on the continent, that the transatlantic slave trade did
Yes, some
place?
are. I hope I'm not misrepresenting that argument, but I have heard it fitted that way. Let's hear from others. What about, am I wrong, G. Lacan or Joey?
Well, what he's saying is he's saying no. Tyree saying yeah, his people came off the slave ship, but they're mixed with the black indigenous here in the America.
Okay.
He's saying that yeah, he's saying both things. He's saying that, but he's saying we are new people. We no longer African because we have our own subclade, whatever the case may be. Because we a blender of native black native indigenous foundation and black whatever and and mixture of West Africa. You know what I'm saying? He say the reason why we are indigenous, because before America even became America, like the 13 counties got together, you know what I'm saying? We was here before that. So that's what make us foundational black American,
So do the
because we
people,
was here before America formed. When with the slavery, yes, but it wasn't America yet. You know what I'm saying? Then before it formed and after it formed, we was here. We was here. Yeah, pretty much that's what I'm getting from him. So, right.
are people from the Garifuna community involved in the conversation?
It's a what?
Garifuna community.
Did somebody answer that? I can't.
The what community you say, Brother Fly?
Garifuna community, are they involved in this conversation?
I don't know what community that is. I think I'm hearing you.
I'm yeah. I need some more. You gotta expound on that, Baba Flag.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
have to take it familiar.
Well, and all along the Central American coast and the islands, there are people called the Garifunas. And for
Garifuna.
Garifuna, okay. The Garifuna, maybe I was mispronouncing them. Are they involved in the conversation? Because I know from personal experience, and I spent time with them, and we have the museum. I helped create the museum here in the community in South Central here in LA. But for years, the majority of them would say that they were not African. They didn't have any African connection. But through the work of some of their scholars, they now have accepted the notion that they were from Africa. So they identified as indigenous people, and they would get very upset with you if you said they were African. They have a large community in the Bronx. They have a large community in Texas. I think it's Houston, Texas. They're in Honduras and Belize. So
It seems to me the people in the YouTube community who are involved in the argument are people who have no actual claim and no actual status as indigenous or native. They're just talking and being debunked. The actual people don't get involved. They don't make YouTube claims. These are the guys who own the casinos and have the land. And then when you deal with them now, and you want to be an African, they're putting the Africans out now because apparently they're being threatened by the government that if you don't put these African people out, we're going to take away your rights. It seems that way because there was something I saw on YouTube. These group of black people saying we've been in the tribe for 200-300 years. We know the language, we practice the culture, we've lived with them, and all of a sudden they want to put us out, and we don't understand why.
But here's the thing, though. Our ancestor when they was able to write books and be able to read, even before they were able to write books and read, they also had their grandparents and whatnot. So if they had any information that they were indigenous to America, they would have put it in a book and said, "Oh, we've been here
Not a
before."
book
This,
necessarily because of literacy and stuff issues, and I'm not saying it was mandated we couldn't write and read, right?
okay, so my question is, right? When were we able to write and read?
I don't know when that law
Before
became.
slavery, long
Huh?
before slavery, long before slavery.
Long before slavery. So I'm saying though, if there, just say if I'm in my 20s, right, and I just started learning how to write and read, my grandparents, right, would have passed that down to my father in the 1700, whatever the case, 1800, whatever the case may be.
Well,
That's saying that we were here.
okay.
We, you understand what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
Because
So we
Not
got
necessarily.
brothers who say that that's the case, and we don't accept their oral tradition. We discredit it as my grandmama said as. We be like, oh, don't tell me what your granny said. You haven't heard that on YouTube rhetoric?
Yes,
yeah, that's
yes,
what I'm saying. I'm saying if those same people existed in the 1718, so my grandparents say that, but why those grandchildren never wrote when they was able to write and read about what their grandparents say that they were here before the slave ships.
right.
We don't have no story. We don't have
But you
no
have
story of
to,
that.
but you have to understand something when we're talking about the Olmecs, and he mentioned the guy who discovered the Olmecs. The name Olmec was not a name that they gave themselves. He gave them a name, and it was a corrupted version of an ancient word, which meant rubber people. And from my understanding, there are no physical remains. It's mostly archaeological. Archaeological. So they found artifacts, but they haven't found any physical remains to confirm if they were African or not. They're just looking at a little bit of language here and there that they find and the artifact. But there's no conclusive evidence, at least genetically, to say that these are the people, because when they do tests,
All right, let me
people
read
that
some
they tested
comments
are
real
Eurasian.
quick. If you don't mind, let me read these comments. It says Martin Delaney was looking to repatriate the modern day Nigeria in the 1850s before the US war. Okay. African Science says no university debates this on the planet, only the conscious community. I would like to know what's up, African Science. So those universities that don't debate this, have they came to the conclusion that this is not a fact or that this is a fact? And I just would like to know. The next comment is, why didn't they pass down traditions because they don't have any traditions? I don't understand that. Pan Africans don't even. Oh my God, I don't want to do that type of reading. All right, what's up, Eddie? I mean, because he just made me not want to read the comments. What's up with brother King J? How you doing?
People want them smash.
Peace, all is well. Can't complain.
Definitely will. Chilling. Entertaining a different topic today. I see you on something different, so But
Oh yeah.
yeah, for sure. But so yeah, I definitely familiar with the subject title. I would just want to ask a question to the panel real quick, just so we can kind of get all on the same page because we're using words like African and things like that. What do we subscribe to phenotype? Are we saying that there is a certain phenotype for what we are describing as calling Africans?
It seems
Well, phenotype is an actual accepted scientific thing.
Well,
Phenotype is
phenotype is. I
phenotype
mean,
deals with the genetics of how you look. That's what it
well,
means.
they do
It's not
say
the same
that.
as race.
I can pull it up or whatever, but in regards to phenotype being scientific racism, so
No, what they're saying,
it's not.
what they're trying to say, I think, is race does not exist. Race is this whole idea that because I'm a Caucasian, I'm superior, and you're an African, you're inferior. That has nothing to do with phenotype per se. You understand?
So,
There is a
no,
genetic,
I don't understand
genetic.
because the color black is a
Okay.
phenotype.
I see what he's talking. He's talking
Right.
about if
But it's not race.
do
It's not race.
do Somali. Hold on. Do
Don't
Somali?
mess it up,
But
Eddie. Don't
but
mess it up,
let me
Eddie.
draw from my point because he's saying it's not race. Race is scientific racism because now you're so. If I ask you, if we look at some bones, we can't look at bones and say these are black bones or white bones.
Yes, you can.
That's phenotype. That's what I'm
No.
saying. That's phenotype. So now we're saying that these bones, skull type or size of this or these particular skull types are going to be synonymous with black people.
No,
We're going
yeah,
to say
yeah,
that
that happens in anthropology, but they don't use the word black people. They'll say a term like tropical limb proportions. Okay?
Sure.
And then when
They
you
do
talk
say
about
Negro.
that's just the limbs. But when they reference tropical limb proportions, they typically referring back to people like Nilotic Negroes. That's what they call them, right? And black people along the Nile who had particular are in tropical regions who had skinnier legs. If you see the heavyweight champion of the world in UFC, white people be laughing at his legs, not knowing why he the champion, right? Because he got tropical limb proportions. It ain't got nothing to do. You don't need all that. And so that's,
I clean up.
pardon me.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, that's all I'm saying.
It's good explanation, Smash. But I think a lot of times people get confused when we talk about race. Race, race. If you do it linguistically, what is race? What is race? It's groupings. That's what it is, groupings. And so the European developed this thing and started these classifications. And he started with groupings, and he started with himself on top. And then he went through scientifically and tried to support that. And that's why we have this confusion relating to Africa. This is why we have this confusion relating to Africans in Kemet, is because of this. This is what they did. And now this confusion is ongoing. And I don't understand why, except for the fact that psychologically, African Americans in particular, but Africans all around the world, consciousness has been fractured and shattered. And we're trying to get back to clarity on these issues. And so I just wanted to add that. That's all.
Interesting. Yeah, you're just made the fact that I just played a video with a scientist said he looked Negro to me, and then I also showed a paper, the melanin paper, that said they look Negro as expected. So I don't understand, King J. You know.
No, so the phenotype of a Somalian is, if you look at them, when you say they black, or like their phenotype to me look like those phenotype in India.
A phenotype
And
ain't
then
just one thing, though.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
because I could say, well, this is a dark skinned Caucasoid. I could say this is a light skinned Negroid.
No. So
that's when
I
we
think
get
I think the way that I kind of hear what you're saying, but that's been addressed in anthropology, and so they said those craniometric terms. See,
Right.
if you take phenotype, you'll break it down into all different ways that examine different body types, clines, and all the other things in order to just say how this individual is different from that individual.
I'm following you.
With Somalia, you'd have to take into consideration the Arab admixture and all the things that happened in the last, 1,000 years.
No, sir.
No,
think about where you was at,
for
King.
thousand years.
So if it's about a collection of all these different things, and you just point out craniometrics, which they say it ain't, that's just not that don't discredit the whole phenotype thing. They got other aspects they look at, not just skull size and stuff.
Right, but was y'all saying no, that's not, you don't have to take that into consideration when you considering the race or phenotype of a person, the history of the migration history?
Oh, wait. I definitely wouldn't say no. And I even think they updated craniometrics. It was just the old system that they was using was based on some racist stuff. saying that the
Right.
Caucasian had the most beautiful skull, and this is where
Right.
that Caucasoid and all this other stuff came from. So King J, you be right in that aspect, but that wouldn't make using phenotype ultimately racist. That would just be one faulty pseudoscientific aspect of use of it that's been addressed by scientists.
Well, we used to look at and say, because the Africans that had straight hair or aquiline features, strong, straight noses, that they must have had some kind of mixture with some Europeans or some Arabs, and then that was a while back. But now we scientifically understand that what is it? The admixtures that the African grouping has all the elements of all the other groups that we come in contact, we see, right? So when I say that, when you look at the Somalians, and because he has a straight nose, that he must have got mixed up with some Arabs, I've said no. That's no. We had straight noses before they were Arabs. That's what I'm
So you
And
basically saying
on top of that, on
Go
top of that, the model Imani, remember the Imani who married Bono? I mean, Sam Bowie or whatever that nigga was, the white boy in the 70s.
Sam
What?
Bowie.
No, the not Sam Bowie, but the musician, the white musician. But you know, Imani, the one was in Remember, and on Michael Jackson video when he was playing the king.
the model.
Yeah. She's from Somalia. She said when she was started modeling in the 70s, early 70s,
Oh, her.
they were trying to make her say, oh, she's not close to Negro looking. She's more close to the white looking. She said, no, this is how we look in our country. We don't look like no European. I mean, European got their look from us. So
But
don't
You still have to take the
discredit.
admixture. You still have to take the admixture
let me
into
ask you a
consideration.
question. Okay. Let me ask you a question real quick, King. If even amongst her own people, I think they're distinguished because they're tall. Like all phenotypes in Africa aren't, you have the short, the pygmies, the Twa people, but in particular, her women, like Manute Bol, is it like his
No, that's the
tribe?
wrong place. You're in the wrong location.
Y'all all over the
Somalis
place.
are not. Yeah, Somalia is not tall. You talking about Sudan?
Well,
Somalia.
I'm talking about African phenotypes because my point that I'm trying to make is all phenotypes are African because we can look at Chinese people and say, oh, those funny eyes.
Okay,
Those are Chinese.
that's a good point to make because Africa has the most diversity.
Right, I agree
That's
with
correct.
So then,
That's
so
correct.
just go past that, and now what that point lead to? Because I want to get to your ultimate, so all phenotypes are African. Hello?
You still have to find an
I'm
example of that in earlier populations that were there before those invasions. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm following King J's logic to what we was previously talking about, the Olmecs, and then and he's saying, are you saying because that matches an African phenotype that it don't mean that it's African?
So at some point they all become different haplogroups, right? After
Well, I
being
don't want to
away.
say haplogroups. Maybe haplogroups expressing themselves show us different clines or whatever in people to where we can phenotypically address that. But I don't know if you're gonna say, hey, no, a phenotype is just something that's an analysis. You know what I'm saying? A haplogroup is something in genetics. An analysis of all that material with other anthropological material, you can make a phenotype.
Because once these different, once they are going into different environments, experiencing different climates and things like that, and staying for so long, then they become something distinguished amongst,
Yeah, we adapt to the environment. Yes. But sometimes we, as lay people, we're trying to process all of the scientific stuff and the sociological stuff. But for me, I try to think in terms of the continent as the parents, because and out of the parents you have a family, and within the family you can have a kid that's short, you can have a kid that's tall, light skinned, dark skinned. So when I look at Africa, I just ask myself this question: Where are the tallest people in the world found? They're found on the continent. Where are
Where's
the
the shortest?
where are the
Shortest place to
shortest
find.
people? They're found on the continent. Where
Exactly.
are the lightest skinned people found? They're found on the continent. Where are the dark? On the continent. So when I look at it that way, then I can be centered in my when I'm trying to process information, new information, and get an understanding and get clarity. And so, and because I'm trying to fight this racist ideology that I've been educated in and I'm surrounded by, and that affects everything that comes into my consciousness.
So let me ask y'all a question though, because how long did, if somebody know, how long did Europeans? Because we know everything started out as an out of Africa migration. So how long did those who we know as Europeans have to stay in Europe to become Europeans?
Right. I
10,000
agree with
about
Brother
10,000
Black.
years, right?
It's at least 3 to 4,000 years.
One at a time, please.
10,000 years.
10,000.
I would say 3 to 4.
So 10,000
guessing.
years.
We just guessing though. There's not.
Oh,
You
y'all
understand
just
what I'm saying?
guessing.
No,
So,
no,
I'm
no.
not guessing.
Well, we know the light skin, not 10,000 years. What 8,500 is right?
It was the last ice age. They got trapped. The Africans went up into Europe before the last ice age, and those are the people that became Europeans.
Okay. Now
Right.
let me ask
But
you one
you
more
hear-
question. That's a valid answer unless somebody about to refute that, because I got a line of questioning and
Yeah, I wanna
somebody can answer the. Oh, go ahead, Targa.
I would want to repeat that as well.
Just going back to that previous point, you can't say the lightest, like every phenotype and genetic sequence didn't originate in Africa, right? They mutated when they went.
Right.
So the lightest people, to your point, are not from Africa. The
Right.
blonde haired, blue eyed, pale skinned people did not originate in Africa. They came out of Africa and they made mutations, is all I'm saying. Those mutations occurred outside of Africa.
I would agree with that, because, and also that goes along with when they say the Saharans that don't have any Neanderthal DNA, but that means that they never left.
Exactly.
So everybody else that has that admixture, they are the wave that came back in.
Wait a minute. Were you saying that the mutation cannot take place in Africa?
Well, they didn't have,
but it didn't at a mass scale.
I say it again.
Yeah, remember they went through the glacial periods, right? Those are what I believe caused the mutations. If my information is correct, that's what caused those mutations.
James said YouTube got you banned, but I thought we was on YouTube right now. That was that last video, maybe, James. I had to throw that video away. They was on some other stuff. And look, ain't we on YouTube? Yeah, it looked like it to me. I was just reading comments, so I don't know what's going on.
So I got a question. Maybe the panel can answer this. So when Homo erectus walked out of Africa, can you tell me what other hominid species that he encountered when he left?
Wait a minute.
Homo erectus is the walking.
But I'm saying, well, I know, but you know who got that data?
I'm asking.
I'm saying, do they got that data? That's like that's like the first upright man, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's going back too many billions. How many millions of years is that going back?
Well, Homo
I have to look that up now. I don't know that stuff.
Homo erectus is not that far back.
Oh, let me look. I'm just looking it up, unless you know.
But I'm saying, my question is, because I'm saying if that, because Homo erectus originates in like Tanzania area. So my suggestion is that he had to have encountered Neanderthal when he left.
No.
So you're saying Neanderthal originates in Africa and
bro, you messed that all up.
What's up? Yeah, Eddie, you messing that up.
No, I'm asking a question.
Oh, you asked the question. Let me jump in Smash for a sec.
Peace.
What's going on, everybody? Peace to you, Smash. Happy holidays, happy birthday again. So Homo erectus is really the same individual as Homo ergaster. Homo ergaster, they call him that because, well, after they give him that name, he stayed on the continent. of Africa. Homo erectus ventured out, left the continent, so they called it.
Can we say Homo erectus and just identify him as hunter gatherer?
No, these are pre.
Well, I'm saying that's what he's going to turn it. He's going to be hunter gatherer.
They're all hunter. I mean, a monkey.
Bro, you way back hella far, bro, into an evolution.
Right. So everything's is gathering and hunting.
Yeah, they it's eating somehow. It didn't go to the stove.
So, but these are non-anatomically modern men or modern human beings. So you asked the question: did Homo erectus or Homo erectus, who left out of Africa, did he meet up with any other
hominid species?
I don't know if they have that. We know that they don't really go into whether.
Hey, what's the topic? Social reminders. He said y'all off topic.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the topic.
No, I know though. We was talking about the FBA, and we was here and the sources behind it.
Yeah,
but you can finish breaking this down, then we can get back. Thank you.
Okay, so Homo erectus, from my understanding of the prehistoric history, is that they talk about Homo erectus as evolving outside of Africa and, transitioning to the Neanderthal.
Right.
Outside of Africa? No, inside of Africa. Tanzania to be specific.
No.
And it's yes.
No.
Y'all about to mess this up so bad. They gonna blame it on me.
All the time.
How much of this y'all gonna blame on me? And let me ask the people.
And so look,
they're gonna be like, look at what was on Smash Show.
Diop's theory is the out of Africa theory.
Wait a minute, hold on. We're not talking about Diop's theory.
Yes, we are. Because Diop's, we're talking about Homo erectus. And
no, Diop theory ain't out of Africa. That's the scientific theory.
This is crazy.
Brother, Diop's theory is literally the out of Africa theory.
No, you talking about the two cradle
You need to go
theory.
do some more research.
You talking about the two cradle theory. Of course it was out of Africa. But he talking about the two cradle theory. You messing that. Look, even people trying to help you, you made that up.
Who walked out of Africa?
Huh?
Homo erectus.
There were other hominid. There were other
The brother just said. You just said that Homo erectus originated out of Africa. I'm telling you that no. In Africa.
Who said Homo erectus originated out of Africa?
Tanzania. You did.
I said that. I said that.
Whoever said disagree with what I'm saying said it. I said no, Tanzania to be specific.
I wasn't even listening because I don't even talk about that stuff. So y'all can get, I asked us to get to the next subject, but keep
exactly.
going.
Tanzania is Africa.
So y'all can let's settle this matter.
Very specific. I know what I'm talking about.
But no, you don't know what you're talking about. But I'm saying you said Tanzania for what reason? That's Africa.
I said Homo erectus originates in Africa, Tanzania, and walked up out of there.
Okay. So what about it?
Yeah. What about it?
I'm still waiting on the answer. The question to be answered. I'm asking.
He's asking that question.
If you want to say Tanzania, I'd have to do further research on whether or not Homo.
No, I've done the research.
All right, that's no big deal. He's actually did it walk up out of.
Okay. Yes. Homo erectus left out of Africa.
So I'm saying that's the question. What did he encounter when he left out? They don't generally say that Homo erectus encountered other hominids outside of Africa. But we do know as evolution continued, Neanderthal and Denisovan came out of that.
A long time later, though.
Yeah, were there some type of upright or type of monkey or primate that was out there that mixed with Homo erectus?
We know that.
All right, come on now. We don't just mess it all up, huh? So what's
how that had to do with abos and
so let's just settle the matter. So what was that to say, King Jack?
I was good on the point to determine where we stood on the point with the origin of Neanderthals, because we were talking about Europeans and phenotype.
I was trying to make a small analogy and then it got cut off before I could finish the analogy. I'm gonna go back to it, please. Remember, because I said how long it take for Europeans to come Europeans, and we went off on a discord. Now the next one was, and I'm just asking y'all scientifically from what y'all know, how long did it take those we know as Chinese people to phenotypically not be out of African migrants anymore and to look like Chinese people?
For sure. I'll be back on the point. For sure. And I said about 4,000, but and that's the whole
Do
thing.
anybody else know?
It's just guesswork. Nobody.
Okay, just guesswork. Well, let's leave the answer with an X variable and ask ourselves, that lady, what's her name? Luzia, who was in America about 11,000 years ago?
14.
14?
Yeah.
Would she not be different than an African? I'm talking about, if everybody else changed after, I need the qualified answer. Tell me no correctly. Because if somebody was in Europe for 14,000 years, you call them something different. Somebody was in China for 11,000 years, whatever, you call them something different. Then we get to the Americans, they still African.
Exactly. I see your point. They're not black people, or you say black
They
people.
Still gonna be black or whatever, but I want to hear y'all. I'm gonna mute out and let me know what that do.
No, at some point they're no longer Africans, just like a European is no longer a European, just like an Asian is no longer an African. You know what I'm saying? They become Asians or phenotypically. Europeans become Europeans phenotypically at some point. Same thing with the North Americans. Everybody comes from Africa. Everybody that populated the earth, every human species that populated the earth came out of Africa. So that point doesn't work for the FBA ADOS people, right? Because we was all Africans at some point, Europeans, but they still mutated into or evolved, whatever you want to call it, into the current racial structure as we see it today, whether you want to call it race or not. But the people that look the way they do, and they're not considered Africans. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what do we? How long does it take for for a species to turn into to be said that it's some other species if it came from somewhere else?
4,000 years.
I don't know about that number. Let's leave that as an X variable and press that question, Shazmu, because does it have to change to something else to be considered continentally or nationally something else? You see what I'm saying? Because if it's still spent the same amount of time, I'm just asking.
Okay, so your ancestors, it possibly could have gotten here, and mine as well, possibly, could have gotten here for, let me see, 16, little about 400, about 400 years ago. Would that consider us to be, if that's the case, have changed? Are we African, still African?
Well, I'm not going to answer that. I can't answer that. I consider myself African, but here's the thing. A logical mind will start at the fact that once they begin to, you got to forget something. Even if you forgot everything, you still something, right? So that wouldn't qualify. But I was just thinking maybe if they come to so long to where their culture, all their history, their language, and all of that is now brand new.
I think it has to mutate tremendously.
They have people that today are saying that the African Americans, I've heard some young African Americans say that we here in the United States now should call something different. We've been we've been away from the continent for so long that we're all a new group of Africans, that we're African Americans. But it made me think about when I was in school, they said that the people in Australia, the Aboriginals in Australia, were not connected to Africa. But then later on, did more studies. But for the longest time, they were saying that those Black people there were specific in themselves and not connected to Africa until
they are. That's true. Because everybody came from Africa. They had certain mutations, and they also intermingled. They mixed with Denisovans, and that's what makes them no longer traditional Africans, because they mixed with another Neanderthal type group.
All right, well, you can't really say that though.
That wouldn't even make.
Yeah, you can't say it like that, because we all got some of that. We American Black people. So
No.
if
Listen, man.
if anywhere in your bloodline it accidentally got affected throughout the plight or people been
Y'all,
through.
y'all didn't hear. Y'all did not hear me.
Oh, what
I
did you
didn't say
say?
they
What
mixed
did you
with some
say?
other. I didn't say they mixed with some other races of people. I'm telling you, those what we call Aboriginal Australians.
Denisovan.
They intermingle with other hominid species like Denisovans, Neanderthals. They have those type of just like
But you're saying that those hominids derived from the
Okay.
black.
You added on to what my point was. My point is that there was an argument that was saying that Aboriginals in Australia were not connected to the Africans, period. That's what I'm saying.
every
Wait. But
okay, I'm listening.
I'm just saying that was the understanding at a specific time that in my lifetime that I witnessed myself. Now
But you don't agree with it now.
I beg pardon?
But you don't agree with it now, right?
I knew in my heart that they were Africans. I could look at them, I felt okay. Now I'm saying that later.
Quick question, brother, because
why let him finish his point?
I was saying that later on, it was scientifically proven by whatever means they used that those Aborigines were connected to the Africans, just like everybody.
So are Chinese people.
That's my point. That's my
so
point.
are Chinese people, brother. That's not what we're saying is, but Chinese people and Chinese people have some Denisovan admixture as well. But you can tell those Aborigine people are not traditional Africans. They mix with some other non-modern humans, and that's why they look so distinct. Because they mix with non-modern human, non-Homo sapiens sapiens. They mix with.
Are you saying that from what you lookership?
No,
because that could just be an African phenotype that was exported.
No, right. I'm gonna pull a source on that. So I'm gonna read out.
I'm not mad, but I'm just saying that could just be a phenotype. Like, have you seen the Khoisan? And we got hella different phenotypes. Maybe that was just one that was exported.
And it was early.
Are modern humans, right? Those Denisovans and Neanderthals are not modern humans.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm lost.
So they're not modern humans, brother. Then how are we making an argument that they derived from what we say in Africa?
Man, I was looking for that one clip and I can't find it.
Every human species, every hominid species derived from Africa. Everybody, Homo erectus,
so
as you said.
But the way you're using the word black is as if it's synonymous with Africa.
All right, but that ain't what we talking about right now. You just gonna confuse the conversation.
I never said black.
Okay, so because everybody keeps saying Africa, we're talking about we're referencing black people. So it's not.
Don't you know that all those hominins came out of Africa, right?
I can't find this.
No, I said Homo erectus. I said Homo erectus came out of Africa. I didn't say all those hominids came out of Africa.
Man, maybe
I don't make the argument that Neanderthal and Denisovans come out of Africa.
No, they mutated outside of Africa, but their ancestors did come out of Africa.
Excuse me, the ancestors.
But when they came out,
y'all talking about something crazy.
No, but don't make it seem like they came out of like the aliens, though, right? We're not making that assumption.
But look, Homo erectus is neither black nor.
I'm gonna try to bring this back because we falling off. Let me share this real quick, just to get a center point of the conversation. Let's see if these scientists, because remember we talking about again. Is this
of the University of
so?
Manchester.
If she was over there now, when she got over there, 14,000 years ago, if she had just arrived and spent a little time in her lifetime, she was African in her lifetime. Do we agree on that? Like, if you take a trip somewhere and relocate, you don't change in your own life unless you make some decision to. You feel what I mean? Or do we disagree on that about the Lucia woman or whatever?
But that's a big if, like as if she was dropped off over there, like she was the only one.
No, we're definitely not the only one. But I'm just going with the theory of migration, or if you want to say forget migration, let's go with some type of she was on a boat with other people. Fine, but that still wouldn't negate the point. If they had arrived at 14,000 years when she was found, y'all saying she might have been there from an earlier time?
I think
her people might have been there from an earlier time.
I think her ancestors may have arrived there a little earlier.
Okay, that's
From
fine.
from the
So if her
Polynesian.
ancestors arrived so much earlier,
No,
is
not
she
so
is
much.
she still African? Is the question we're asking.
No, I would say she's from that Polynesian line. So they mutated as they went from the Horn of Africa or through the Sinai and down and around Yemen and all the way up around.
Okay, you giving us a lot of details, but they say right here, Negro or African. Let's check it out.
To Richard Neve of the University of Manchester in England, one of the world's leading forensic artists, to recreate her features.
Yeah, I don't want them to strike me again. Hold on, this probably it. Hold on. So I gotta be stopping the video. So yeah, anyway, before they get on my head, I'll turn down the. Well, let's just hear. So what y'all gonna say? Video.
Just what I was saying in the chat. Everybody, what time period is this, Smash?
They say 14,000 years ago.
Okay.
And we should talk over it until his voice come back. So keep talking. I mean, so what you got to say about that?
So most humans at that time
let's hear it.
That has all the features you associate with a Negroid face.
Okay, he said a Negroid face. He didn't say African. Let's see. Let's let him continue.
The proportions of the face, it doesn't say anything about it being Mongoloid.
So he said Negroid and Mongoloid, are those outdated anthropological terms? Normally, Negroid leads back to Black African people. Am I wrong?
No, that's correct.
I say that's an outdated term, and I think this creation is a pseudo. I don't think it's 100% correct. I think it's pseudo technology. But to say Negro, to have Negroid.
You think his reconstruction is pseudo technology?
I do.
Based on what?
Right.
Based on from something, a skull from 16,000 or 14,000 years ago, you cannot recreate what that individual looked like.
Oh, exactly. So you don't believe you don't believe dinosaurs look how we say they look, then?
No.
So you saying right now you don't believe that the dinosaurs that they got in the museums look the way they look? That's your stance?
The bone structures, yeah, but how they...
What you mean the bone structure? They completely reconstructed them.
To have the skin and all that.
You see them, man, you see them dinosaurs in the museum completely reconstructed.
All I'm saying is unless that was part of the fossil, the skin, the outline of the skin or whatever, and how that is, what we see in the museums, I don't necessarily say that that's exactly how they look.
Well, I wouldn't say it's exactly how it looked, but what do you think the methodological process of coming up with a reconstruction would be? They would say, well, do we think this thing had skin? Right. And then we look at the evolutionary process of skin. Do we think it was stronger or thinner? Do we think the skin had a color? Well, we know what melanin do will make it be darker or lighter. Like, they ain't just guessing and putting reconstructed things from billions of years ago all over the world, unless they could, though. I'm not saying they couldn't, but I'm thinking that there's a scientific process behind that. And I don't think it would be rendered as pseudo just because now they would use something on a more closer human skull.
Well, I look at it like this, just like when somebody does a crime and they say, well, I saw them, and then they do a reconstruction on what they look like. Sometimes it comes out kind of close, and sometimes it's like totally wrong.
You said Negroid was
that's
outdated.
Totally a possibility.
He said Negro was an outdated term. So what is the current nomenclature now? Since Negroid is outdated.
The term doesn't matter. It's the concept. It's the concept that we're talking about here.
Wait. You can't say the term doesn't matter if we've been using in the science, been using the term Negroid and Mongoloid and Caucasoid And now you say it's outdated. What are you going to replace it with? Nothing?
I didn't. First of all, I didn't say it was outdated, but I'm saying it's just
somebody did. That's who I'm talking to. Whoever said that, that's
King James said that. King James said that.
That's what I want to give me an answer. He said it's outdated, so give me the current nomenclature, please.
Hold on.
Africoid.
I didn't say anything about that.
Man,
They're using a different word to say the same thing. It's
every
still
time
what
I
we're
be
talking
reading
about.
them documents, they still be saying that.
They do.
They don't say it in craniometrics as much because they had that Caucasoid stuff and all that.
Oh, Smash said that.
Well, do this, Smash, for the channel. Look up or ask ChatGPT, is Negroid considered an outdated?
You can share your screen, bro.
I'm not.
It's not. It is
right now.
Well, who
it is.
cares
We all
if
agree
it
on
is
that.
or not? We're
We
still
don't
talking
argue
about the same thing. So who cares if the term is outdated if we're still talking about people that look phenotypically?
Right.
I
That's
care.
all that matters.
Yeah.
Okay,
What
let
the
me read
term
it
got
from-
to do with it?
Let me read
I
it.
care because
He was
about
whatever you want to call black people. Is that what they was trying to say?
Let me
No,
read.
what they no. Yeah,
No, they wasn't
term-
trying to say that. Negroid.
No. They are saying black people, but they recognize now since Negro became offensive, they started to use the term Africoid. So we have to understand African is not just a geographical description; it is considered a racial description as well. That is where we get confused.
Thank you. Africoid is a new term. Thank you.
I don't know about that.
That's not
If you look at what we're saying that. Yeah.
Let me read
okay.
this.
Oh, my bad. I just didn't know about it.
Let me
I'm
read
trying to
this.
get educated here. Come on.
Let me read this.
It's not relevant to the discussion.
So this
It's
is
very relevant to the discussion.
Louisa, and he called it not Africa or Negro.
Yeah, because we still ain't answered the question. Is she? But was she African to her? I mean, like, was she something else?
Yes. They're saying she was of African descent. That is what they're saying.
They said she looked Negroid, but if she spent one of her people was over there for 2,000 years already.
Well, listen, we've been here for a while, and you could still do a genetic test and say that we are of, and say what tribe we come from. That's what African ancestry does.
Well, here's the next
exactly
question,
what
right?
ethnic group we come from.
Was that the predominant population in North and South America? Is the question, right? Is that the predominant population who populated this
I
this
thought
region?
that was the oldest thing found. Am I wrong?
What they're saying is that the oldest remains that can be considered human, as far as I know, is from Ethiopia. And
No,
they
I'm talking
call
about in
her
the Americas.
No, that's not the oldest.
We talk about this one remain found in the Americas. Let me keep us on track by keeping it on the screen.
I don't think that's the oldest. I don't think that's the
Man,
oldest.
we could go back to the beginning of oh no, that's how they kicked me off the first time.
Because you can find evidence that or you can find scientific literature that states that when the Polynesian line came across and they hit the islands, the Pacific Islands, and they made it to South America, then you had those that came across the Alaska. They came south and they ended up meeting those people in South America, and a contention was a fight ensued. They fought for whatever. And those darker skinned individuals from the Polynesian line basically either got assimilated or they got destroyed.
Where are you getting this information from, brother?
What are you talking about?
Okay. Hold, let me go pull it up for you.
Yeah, and by the way, I pulled up that source on the Denise, and maybe it's not relevant now, but it's a quick Google search. We can all see that the Aboriginal Australians were mixed with Denisovans, and that's why they look so distinct. They're not just Black Africans. They didn't look like that when they left Africa, is my point. So anyway, we can move on, but I got that source if anybody wants it.
They have more of a primitive look. Like when you look at people from Papua New Guinea, they look very primitive. They look like primitive human beings.
You're not 100% modern humans. They're mixed with a lot of other archaic humans, or I won't say a lot of other, but the Denisovans in particular.
So let me ask a question. How is the Denisovans and that stuff involved in this conversation? I'm just lost.
I was just, because he talked about
I was
that
asking King J. He brought it up, not you.
You don't?
Me like that.
Oh, you just wanted to know something about that, King J?
I'm sorry, that's my daughter in the background talking. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you good. How is the Denisovans or Neanderthals part of this conversation?
Oh, so that's what the question. Oh, they're all different hominid groups. So that was my question. Was so basically, I was trying to identify Homo erectus as originating as the black people in Africa, because what? Because
Nah.
The brother brought that in.
no,
The
because
brother
I'm trying to get so we asking about Neanderthals, and so Neanderthals are supposed to originate in cold climates. The Denisovans are supposed to be like the Asian people. You know
Let
what
me
I'm saying?
ask
So
y'all a quick question to understand what you're talking about. Do y'all call all hominids people?
no, because Homo sapiens are really supposed to be the only
So
Homo
okay, so
sapiens
why you
sapiens.
calling Homo erectus people?
Because they're the earliest. I'm identifying them as the earliest walking man. That's who actually would have had to walked up out
How
of
about
Africa.
y'all? How about y'all? I mean, I like to get y'all perspective.
That's incorrect.
Yeah, there you go. Let me hear from you who said that's incorrect.
Are Neanderthals people?
No.
No? So
No.
then white people ain't people.
Wait
They
a
tend
minute.
to
Hold on. Y'all doing hella shit.
Exactly. Because
That's
they'll
not
say
how
that
that
only
works.
people who are
White people ain't Neanderthals, but they
They
got
tend to
some
twin
Neanderthal
Neanderthals
DNA, right?
are human.
They are
Yes, they are.
classifying Neanderthals as Homo sapiens sapiens
Yeah,
No.
they're human.
Wait, show me that.
or Homo
They're
sapiens.
Homo sapiens.
Yeah,
They
not
tried to
Homo
write them
sapiens sapiens. Homo sapiens sapiens are modern human beings,
us.
not Homo
Us,
sapiens
right.
Neanderthal.
Correct.
So listen.
I'm just trying to figure out how is this helping us.
Because this is my point that I brought up earlier when I said that only the sub-Saharan African is this Homo sapien sapien, because they are the one who has no
No,
Neanderthal.
that's not how that
Yeah,
works.
That
it
is
would
true.
be.
No, that's you got to hear how
Yes.
he misworded that.
How
He
did I
said
misword
only
it? I
the
worded it
sub-Saharan
correctly.
African
They never
is the
left.
Homo
Now
sapiens
that's
sapiens.
a term that's a term that's not used anymore. Sub-Saharan Africa. We're not using
Okay, we're going on another tangent though. Let's stick
But
with the
you know what
Homo
I'm talking
sapiens
about.
versus Homo sapiens sapiens.
But see,
Right?
So
he's misusing the
let's stay right there,
information.
because
He's
those are the
misusing,
only
real
Homo
quick,
sapien sapiens.
you're misusing the information that only indigenous Africans don't have Neanderthal DNA. That doesn't mean that.
West.
Hold on, I'm not
Let me
finished.
finish.
That doesn't mean that the Africans who left Africa and intermingled with the Neanderthals wasn't Homo sapiens sapiens. What are you doing?
Correct. That's correct.
Hey, you tripping, King? And then they wiped
So
them
when they came,
out.
when
They
they
wiped
came
them
back,
out, and only a little bit of their DNA is left. Some said at the highest 20%. I seen that on. I got a video, but we can
Hey,
talk
but
about
new
it.
studies say that they came to find out that continental African do have Neanderthal blood in them.
Very small amount, yes. They do.
Okay, well, there you have it. So then now the whole thing is whatever. And so,
But
and
that
they,
doesn't mean
but
that they,
I know about that. It's not really a new study. They got that from some come on, just when James gonna pop up. I remember that. They some Africans who migrated back into the continent.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the clarity.
So back to the 14,000-year-old skull that they found in South America, right? Do we have any idea of what the predominant, or if that person represents the predominant population of South America during that time? Do we know what the predominant population was at that time?
No, we don't. 14,000 years ago. I mean, because when they say the Bering Strait migration, I thought that was supposed to be at 11,000. I just don't remember this stuff right. When was that Bering Strait to where they were supposed to walk over that?
Good question. I thought that was even older than that. I thought it was
Nah, I
when
might be.
it-
I'm so off. I remember 11,000 for that. I'll Google it.
it's
I
like
don't know.
16. It's like 16, 18,000.
Okay, thank you. I have to Google it.
Okay. So the brother's saying that there was a confluence between those that came in from the Bering Straits from the north and went south with the ones that were in the south and came up and they met someplace in the middle and had a war. Did I understand that correctly?
It wasn't in the middle. It was probably, I believe, if I remember correctly, it was below Chile.
Who said this?
In the
What source
southern.
is this?
Right.
Do me a favor, and I'm trying to find a really good source, but I'm on YouTube, but I'm not finding like a scientific there
And back to my original
videos, but they're not I can't find one like Britannica or
All right.
So my original question was, how do we know just from that one skull that we're looking at, the Africans that they said was Negroid, how do we know about the population affiliated with that person? Was that just a small group of people that came over on a ship? Was it a existing population that was there for 1,000 years or something?
I don't know much. I'm gonna look up more information on that besides what's in the video since they struck my page, and we'll see what we can find.
But before you go on that, I'd like to ask if where he said people met in Chile, are you saying that these were the darker skinned people who the Abos and others are saying were the Africans or the not Africans that were in the Americas before the advent of the transatlantic slave trade? I hope I made that.
No, I'm saying, well, part of your statement is correct. I would say it's correct. They were darker individuals because of the line, because of the Polynesian line when they go across the Pacific from Australia and across that sun zone keeps, they didn't lose their pigmentation.
But was that even Africans, or was that those Australoid, Denisovan mixed people? Which, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I'm just asking.
Where did they come from?
Yeah.
No,
are these?
Let him connect. Let him connect. Because I'm trying to understand how these people keep saying that they weren't a part of the transatlantic slave.
Well, here it go right here. Look. Let me show you. I think I might have pulled it out at least.
Okay.
Right here. Neves and other Brazilian anthropologists theorized that Luzia's Paleo-Indian predecessors lived in Southeast Asia for tens of thousands of years after migrating from Africa, and then began arriving in the New World as early as 15,000 years ago. And so they're trying to say that they descend from her.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
So they're killing it. They kill the whole Abo argument, doesn't it?
That is their argument.
How does this kill their argument?
Because those people were not. Oh, you saying because they're saying they're not Africans? They're not.
I'm saying just interpret it the way you heard it. How did you hear it?
Okay, that these people were not Africans when they came over there. They weren't Africans when they got to the shores of South America. They had already been in Asia, or maybe they weren't still Africans physically, phenotypically in Asia. Is that what they're saying?
Oh, but here's the thing, though. At 15,000 years, everybody's still black. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't know. That's my question.
Because we hadn't had that one super skin mutation that allowed for light skin at about 85. James, where you at? What time?
I'm right here. I'm listening. I'm just chilling. You
that
know
one
what I'm
mutation that allowed for that super light skin even to kick in yet. So I'm not saying
according to science, they say that hadn't happened at this particular time period. And see, the same thing that we have to look at, like they say that Europe was a dark-skinned people until the Yamna culture comes in and totally genetically replaces them at 4,900, 4,800 BCE. So it's quite possible that these people are of the dark skin.
So y'all saying that basically everybody was black.
But let's just say that I don't know if we could really genetically say that they're just African people.
All right, well, let me just deal with what they said, and we got to decode this. You got to take tens of thousands of years and add it on to 15,000 years and tell me that they was not black in Asia. Because he said Neves and other Brazilian anthropologists theorized that Luzia's Paleo-Indian predecessors, the people before her, lived in Southeast Asia for tens of thousands of years after migrating from Africa. So they Africa, then tens of thousands of years happened, and then she finally arrived 15,000 years ago. So that's going to take us back to like 40,000, am I wrong? Or at least it's going to put another 10,000 years on top of that. Because how could they have lived in Southeast Asia for tens of thousands of years after migrating from Africa and then began arriving in the New World?
That's taking you back about 30,000.
Farther than that.
40. Because you can't go back too far past like these other hominids that's still out there. You know what I'm saying? Because they start talking about the introgression at 50, 60. So I don't know who could have been out there.
And big on the question, Jack.
Denisovan and Neanderthal is out there.
Jack,
yeah, I'm saying,
how
you know,
how
they trying to
she
say
could
that
have
these are
turned
modern humans,
Asian
though.
over here, then she turned back black in the Americas.
Well, modern human goes back up 200, 300,000 years now.
No, but you hear what this question was? How did they turn Asian when they were in Southeast Asia, physically, phenotypically? But then they got to South America, and then they turned Negro again, Negroid, or whatever.
Asia for tens of 20,000 plus, right? 20,000 plus, and then they also probably mixed with Denisovan and possibly some Neanderthal, and stayed in that area for that long. They're going to genetically mutate.
Right. So then, how when they got to South America did they become Negroid again?
Hey, you just hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, y'all on the same. Y'all ain't arguing.
Yeah, see, that's the $1 million question.
Well,
right?
Basically, they was all Negroid all through Southeast Asia, basically.
Because it has Negroid phenotype.
Well, you know about the Negritos, and they told us they was talking about the those. They said what they called the mulatto. They had the people that they was talking about.
Are you talking about the people in South?
When we were watching the video, oh, here it is. This name of the Malaysians. So these are the melanated Asians, and he said, "This is the group.
No,
look, it's saying right here: Indigenous Australians, Malaysians, and Negritos of South Asia."
Them niggas is Denisovan mixed people, though. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
so
you saying that she mixed with a Denisovan before she came out here?
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Yeah, tall guy, he on point with that.
All of those people are genetic. But how you coming to that conclusion?
Because all people in those regions have a high genetic integration with Denisovans. Like they like at 7%, man.
So in them 40,000 years where they was chilling in Southeast Asia, they met some Denisovans.
Yeah, basically is what they saying.
And they might be the Denisovans.
Well, they're mixed.
It's definitely something strange. But I came on because I wanted to share something. I wanted to make sure that we get straight on linguistic evolution and these words that seem like we got confused on, which all mean the same thing.
All right, I'm gonna let you host.
When they start to talk about Negro,
James hosted the show. James,
yeah.
You hosted. I want to say thanks to the people for the contributions. I'm right here, and I just want to step away from it.
Yeah, okay. Give me a second. I want to find this linguistic evolution, so we could just look over this real quick.
Yeah, but James, is basically all coming from the same people and the same language, you know? You do realize that, right?
I don't know about
that. What do you mean by that?
What I mean is, if you say Negro, right? If you say mulatto, if you say African, there's an argument that all of those words have some sort of Latin or Greek.
Okay, but let's look at this right here, Joey. Right here, they're showing you. So I said, what is the linguistic evolution of the word Negro, right? Because that is its origin. So the word Negro has evolved from a Latin word to the term that is now considered offensive and outdated. So that's what evolution is. So now we're talking about a word like Negro, and it is outdated, and they're saying that it's offensive. But this same word means and it identifies the same people no matter what. So I don't know why we getting confused about a word when we know the origins of it. So it says Latin. The word Niger, right, means black in Latin and is likely derived from a Proto-Indo-European root, whatever that Niqua. You see that? Which means to be dark. It says Spanish and Portuguese. The Spanish and Portuguese use the word Negro to describe the Bantu people they encountered. So who are they talking about? See what I'm saying? Why are we confused?
You're talking about Africans. And
and
the thing that the European has always done is use language to confuse the people they encountered, because they know, and we should understand that the one who does the naming is superior to the thing that gets named.
My point exactly, Brother Flack. So, okay, now we're going to go into the English, which is where we come in. From the 18th century to the late 1960s, Negro was considered the proper term for people of Black African origin in English. During the Civil Rights Movement, some African-American leaders like Malcolm X wanted to instead. See what I'm saying? This is the
It's
origins
the
of
English
this.
replacement for a Latin word. But we're still talking about the same shit.
Yes, correct. That's what I'm saying. So we're talking about linguistic evolution. Hold on a second, y'all.
And
Yep. So
and you're talking about the fact that you letting people other than yourselves dictate what you call yourself. And so make kind of you make it show some.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're making me have a little bit more sympathy for these young people who are saying they're foundational Africans. I mean, they're foundational blacks. But the problem is, we want to tussle over whether we're black, African, Negro, or African Americans. It's a hurdle, because until we identify with the Africanness of ourselves going forward, these people are still going to have an advantage when we're trying to educate them. That's all I want to say.
You were kind of choppy, but I didn't really get your point. But maybe because you was breaking up a little bit.
I apologize. Beat it.
So that was I did have a question, because we're building on the same thing, but in regards to what you're saying, and we're talking about skin color and stuff. If I said that they also associate test scores with our children in regards to these same standards, in regards to these same phenotypes.
Hold on, let me. I'm back. Hold on a second, y'all. Let me finish this last one, and then we can move. Okay, so since today the word Negro is considered offensive and outdated. See what I'm saying? This is how we. Oh man, don't say black and all that type of stuff. So the other terms that are more commonly used include black Africans, Afro Americans, and African Americans. Now we finna add FBA and ADOS to this.
No, we're not.
See what I'm saying? This is why I'm saying we have to understand why these new terms are a problem. We need to settle on which one of these terms.
Because they sever us from our connection with Africa.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we need to try to figure out how we can stick to one term, because this is not doing nothing but causing confusion, and we all understand that we're talking about the same damn people.
Yeah, but
okay, I'm gonna stop sharing right there. Go ahead,
John. I hear what you're saying, but I'm learning. I learned in my last show and in this show that they got a little bit more to that argument than has been revealed without you doing without us doing a little bit of research. Like, suppose if they're gonna lean on that, look, this is our facts that we've been over here, and we foundational Black Americans, like, see there being a little bit of credence to what they say.
Well, see, if you're gonna have to deal with this from a scientific perspective, and if DNA is accurate, I've taken a DNA test, Smash. My grandmother told us that we were some type of Indians, right? Do you know what my Native American DNA percentage is?
8.
No.
0.8.
Like 2%.
Hey, Pan-African James. So, what about the Geechee?
Those are Africans.
But James, why
the language?
James, why did grandmother say that you was part African?
Exactly.
No, not part African, Indian.
I mean, excuse me, India, but why? Speak to that point.
Well, I don't know why she said that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. My grandma.
I tell you.
Okay, go ahead, brother Flynn.
Because of that generation, we were trying to grasp onto something to give us some pride. These people, they were, you don't understand what it meant to call some in the 50s and the 60s.
We got good hair.
Identify, even within the race. Why do you think they keep holding up? Fred Sanford, who was the beautiful? I can't think of her name.
You chopping up bad.
Yeah, you broke up, brother Flag, a little bit. Can you repeat that?
Just me?
Fred Sanford. Is that better?
I heard you say Fred Sanford.
Okay, Fred Sanford was always talking about how beautiful
Elizabeth was.
No, that's his wife. But his what's the lady's name?
Esther.
Oh my God.
He was saying Esther was ugly. He always been. If you
Where
the
are we
only
going
women
with
I
this?
know
don't
about
understand
in
where we're
Fred
going.
Sanford was
We're
Esther,
going with
Elizabeth, and who else could it be?
No, the thing.
Where are we going with this?
Stormy, stormy weather. The thing that I'm talking about is interracial color prejudice. Like Lena Horne. Lena Horne was a light-skinned, thin-nosed, straight-hair singer, and Fred Sanford was of that generation who moved it into the modern times.
What about Smokey Robinson?
What are y'all talking about, man?
Colorism. We're talking about colorism,
so
bro. It's
lost.
colorism.
Yeah, so here's the bottom line. Check this out. This is very simple. Check this out. Pan-African James, you were saying was something that your grandmother told you. I grew up my first 5 years of my life with my great-grandmother, right? Not in the house with my mom. I understand that 1930s mentality, and that's how I understood all this, how even the Nation of Islam and all these other groups was on this we not African, separating themselves from Africa bullshit. And then we got our grandparents. Most of our grandparents told us we got some Cherokee Indian in us, some crazy like that. We did not want to be black. We didn't want to be African. And it's as simple as that.
I agree with that, tall guy. That's what I was getting to.
Right.
That when we deal if we're dealing with the science of it, and I took a genetic test, what am I to believe, my grandmother, or do I believe the DNA test that I'm looking at is saying? And I don't have a problem with being 91.8% African. I don't have a problem with that. But maybe in the time, maybe that indoctrination of us being beaten down was the reason for people not wanting to acknowledge just being African. I don't know.
James, is that 98% West African, or is it distributed amongst the continent?
I go all the way down to Angola, Central Africa.
You
West
probably
Africa,
33% Nigerian.
No, I'm a little bit more than
going off topic.
I know, for real, dog. You diagnosing people.
Now watch this. So Smash was right about because I think the older days they used to say that the pale skin came in around 30,000 years. But the ALS 24A5 pale skin gene, now they're saying about 8 to 10,000.
Did you break down?
The whole Abo argument, it kills it, because even if those people was here, if they're using that, I don't even know if they're using that, but if those people were in fact here 14,000 years ago, then they eventually underwent those changes and became the red people that they are, whenever they made that transition.
But I don't know how that beat up the Abo argument.
Because they're saying that that's us and we don't look like them. We didn't turn from traditional Native American Indian looking to black over the last 5,000 years.
But what is traditional Native American looking? Don't say only the Mongoloid, because there are dark-skinned Native Americans.
Yeah, because she could have been the traditional look.
Not, you just talk about skin color. It's more than skin color.
I agree.
But who is the us you talking about?
Yeah.
Black American.
We got dark-skinned people. Who is the us? If these people want to be abos, you done just showed me that they do have a scientific leg to stand on with the thing.
Well, hold on. Let's clear it up real quick. Because y'all saying abos, I hear a B. But I know an organization I heard was called American Descendants of Slavery. And that would be ADOS. And I'm asking y'all, are y'all talking about that?
No.
It used to be.
We got to kill all that, because it's getting different things.
But let's just clear it up for the people listening too.
Okay.
ADOS is American Descendants of Slavery. That is the reparations movement. And that is why FBA exists, because Tariq Nasheed didn't want to deal with that whole idea.
Okay, so that's one group. That's ADOS. But I think I've referred to them as abos too, and I'm trying to straighten it out. Hoping that abos is something else.
No, check this out, man. Abos was one of the first names. Aboriginal, because they wanted to be Aboriginal.
Word.
Original to.
That's what it means. Yeah.
No.
And then it transitioned.
One at a time, gentlemen, please.
Then it
Hold on.
transitioned to ADOs and now AFB,
No,
Foundational
you're
Black
wrong.
Americans.
No, Shazmu.
You're not old enough to say
Shazmu.
no to me, young man.
Shazmu.
That's what
Aren't
happened.
there
There's a
Shazmu
elbows?
difference.
on point.
If you
Shazmu.
Aren't there
incorrect,
elbows?
Hold on.
anybody can say
Let me
no.
say something.
Aren't there
There's
elbows?
a difference.
Non-cipher.
Hold on. Can I speak? Let me speak. There's a difference between the people who have a classification as Aboriginal and Native American and the Abos. Abos are people who don't want to be African, who are making something up, who have no
Okay.
legal standing for that.
So what does
Aboriginal
ABO
are people
stand
who have a
for?
legal.
Aboriginals?
Abo,
Yeah.
it
That's what it
stands
stands
for
for.
Okay,
Aboriginal.
thank y'all. Now we got some clarity. So just for the
But that is
record,
a French movement. That is not the same thing as having legal Aboriginal status. It's two
so
different things.
but real quick, y'all say now just act like you explained it to a person who don't know shit about me, right? So I'm learning that ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, started they thing. Tariq didn't want to be down with that, so he started FBA. And
Yes.
FBA be fighting with not ADOS but ABOS. Am I wrong?
No,
Yeah.
don't think. I
No,
believe. I think all of those people believe.
Wow.
All of those people believe
No.
that they are not direct descendants of Africa. That's what I think all of them have in common, and that's
Where did
why.
I mess up though?
Well, Tariq
I don't know,
believed
man.
no. Tariq do believe that there were his ancestors did come off the slave boat, but also
Yes.
he
Oh, he
believed
does.
there were black. Hold on, he believed there were black people before white people came to the Americas that blended with the African off slave ship, and they are now considered a different subgroup than the
That's some
African on the
bullshit.
continent. On the
That's ridiculous.
continent, he said everybody. Tariq said everybody, white people also, they originate from Africa. So are they African? So that's what he be bringing up. So
That's a
what he
dumbass.
also saying is we are different, just like how white people are different from the continent of Africa. We are our own subgroup.
So exactly. So he's saying we mixed with some population that he can't identify that was here that we mixed with to become what we are, and he never and nobody on his.
But it seems
No,
like we just
the
started to
subgroup he talking
identify that
about,
population. We didn't just
the
start watching
subgroup he
hella
talking about.
videos that was identifying that population.
Okay, I have a question. The ADOS,
ADOS.
ADOS, those people, aren't they basically a politically orientated grouping that they
It's a
came?
reparations movement.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So
A
they can
reparations
what it is.
movement.
So
It
they
has nothing to do with anything other than a reparation.
Well,
right.
what
So
about
in that,
FBA?
so in that group,
FBA broke off from ADOS
It's a
because
reparations movement too. I don't need the whole breakdown, but is it a reparations movement too?
They all want
my
reparations.
understanding, yes.
there are
Yeah.
reparations. So all
Man, that shit just
this
causing
came
confusion.
about because of the reparations movement. Is that what you're telling me?
That's my
Yeah, they all-
understanding of it. Those are reparations movement. It has nothing to do with with indigenous and not indigenous. He's just simply saying the blacks that were born here have a right to get reparations without having to give to other people who came here from somewhere else who were not born here. That's
Other
my
black
understanding.
people.
Yeah.
Other black people. It has nothing to do with
But
indigenous
It's
and non-indigenous.
divisive though.
hey, Smash. You know what's so funny about Tyreek is this. He called everybody white supremacists. Right? White supremacists was ran by white people, right? Even certain Jews are considered white supremacists, right? But here's the thing. I mean, if he trying to get his reparation through white supremacists, how's that gonna work? White supremacists ain't gonna give. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? If you say the world is controlled by white supremacists, that's why certain black people can't achieve, but we, you know what I'm saying, can't do this. So what make you think the white supremacists gonna lay out $2 trillion, $4 trillion or something like that to
Give us nothing.
inferior people, according to he making it seem like black people are in that reparation stuff don't make sense. He just slick oil, you know what I'm saying? He just doing shit that and he getting money from. I mean, I just don't understand that method.
You said it right
And
there.
it,
He getting money. You said it all right
he get
there.
money. That's all he does.
You know,
Yeah, but
I ain't
but
mad. I'm not
but you
mad at him
can't
because
say,
you know what I'm saying.
but you
no,
can't say Tariq Nasheed is a grifter because he has a museum and he does make films, so he's not just pocketing money.
His information is still bullshit. Is my point. If you're gonna make a claim that
No,
slaves from Africa came over here on the slave ships and mixed with another group of
have you heard him
population
say that?
of black people in North
Yes, that's
America,
what he
then
say.
you have to. If
Yep.
You
there's
heard him
no,
say that on Poor Guy?
but wait a minute, hold on. Let me finish my point, please. Then there has to be some kind of information that we can reference material, source material that we can look at to show evidence of this uh, um, integration between these two different groups of people. And I've never seen any. Have anybody else here?
Nah,
Ask the
he like
Cherokee.
to mention.
Ask the
Nah,
Cherokee
I
and they'll
haven't
tell
seen
you.
it.
It's
No,
all bullshit.
no, it's
It's all
not.
bullshit.
It's
well,
not.
it's
I can tell you why
Well,
it's
let
not.
him explain. Let him explain why it's not. Why is it not?
Let me tell
Bullshit.
you why. Because
Yes,
there
sir.
are reports and court cases explaining that there are people of African descent who have blood rights to these tribes and are being
No, you can't
excluded.
argue.
That's
Those are not.
that's through
Those are
Native
native red
Americans.
people.
Yeah, yeah,
Those
red
are
No,
people.
no,
red
You
no,
don't.
no,
Yeah,
no.
Where's
No,
the proof
no, no,
of
no,
the
no, 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 no.
African, the
That's
black
not
African
true.
population here that we mixed with coming off the slave ship? Where is that evidence?
No, no, no. Listen, let me explain to you. What I'm
bring
explaining,
bring the evidence.
the
Go bring the
mixture,
evidence.
hold on, the mixture did not come from the slave ship. The mixture came during enslavement when some of us were enslaved by these
Right.
tribes and some of us were saved from enslavement by the same tribe. So that is
But
where the
where's the
mixture
black
comes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your point.
My
And if
question was
you
gonna be
and if you but hold
my
on, you
question
need
was
to
gonna
listen and understand that when you look around and you do research, there are people who will tell you, I am of African descent. I am a descendant of a slave. I was enslaved by this tribe. I've been mixing with this tribe for 200-300 years, and now all of a sudden they want to
That's
put us
not what
out.
he's saying. That's not what
You
he's
see how?
saying.
Yeah, you're not making no sense. You smart. You way
Yeah, yeah.
smarter than
Wait,
me,
hold on,
Joey.
hold
Come
on.
on,
What
man.
he's
No,
saying is, what Tyreek is saying is,
no,
there
that's
were
wrong.
black
That's
people.
wrong.
Hold on,
That's wrong.
hold
Hold
on.
on,
That's
y'all.
wrong.
Don't turn
Let
to an
me explain
argument
to you.
show.
Let
One
me
at a
explain
time.
to
One
you.
at a time.
Yeah, here I am. Tyreek is explaining to us, his people, saying that there were black people here thousands of years before the slave ship. He said the slave ship, yes, they are our ancestor, but there were black people already here. He said that we
okay.
are a mixture of the people who've been here thousand years, or black thousand, black Indians or whatever you want to call them, mixing with this transatlantic slave
Right.
those who came. He said those are minority compared to these thousands black people who've been here thousand. Those are the minority that came off the slave ship. They're
Hold
not
on,
the
bro.
But
Where's the
majority.
evidence of
Hold
that?
on,
Where
no.
is the
That
evidence of
ain't.
that?
Let me ask a question. How that sound? Mixing with what we know about European history. So
what he's
wouldn't it have been
doing,
like some black people coming out the cuts, fine on these motherfuckers?
what
What
he's
what
what
did
he
that happen? No, I'm not talking about what they classify as slave results, because they say, and unless you could correct me and say all slave results, some of those were free men. But if we had so much great numbers, greater than the Africans that was being brought over on the slave ships, then we should have outnumbered the Europeans when they got here.
was
It's
that make
ridiculous. It's a ridiculous argument.
All right, tell me
Yeah, that's
I
why.
true.
Let me let the
I
person.
will
Let's let. Please don't cut him off. Tell me why.
You
Talk
talking to
about
me?
it.
Oh
He's
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
agreeing with. No, he agree with you, Smash.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. It's a ridiculous argument to
Oh, I
make
thought
that
you
there
were
was
saying it was my argument was ridiculous. I
no sir,
apologize.
no
No, he
sir.
agree, and I agree too.
can I speak to reparations? I like to speak to reparations. The reparations, let's talk about who got reparations. France got reparations from Haiti when Haiti liberated themselves. The people in the Southerners in the United States got reparations for the loss of the enslaved Africans after the Civil War. These people got reparations. The Japanese got reparations for being interred into the camps in World War II. They got reparations. The point I'm trying to make is, unless you have an identifiable group of land, until you identify as Africans and the Africans get behind our movement for reparations, all this is going to do is do what is going on now. is that the people who are making the demands for reparations are arguing among ourselves and chopping ourselves up into smaller groups and making our demand weaker and weaker. Because you know that cracker is not going to give you nothing without your ability to force him to do it. So that's why I need this understanding and clarification on who these different groups were, the ABOs and the everybody who don't want to be African.
Right. So we shouldn't even be having this conversation because we don't have anywhere near the power. Even if we all agreed on everything and united, we still don't have the power to force them to give us reparations. So why are we even going down this
We absolutely do have it. We do have it. We do have the power.
Based on what you just said, we don't have no land. You got to have
No,
land.
no, y'all tripping. Nobody. I mean, I'm with Alan Flag on that because no one else who forced reparations didn't buy the gun or anything. So if you talk about that type of power, it's a power of pointing it out to the world that an injustice has been served and getting compensated for it. Hell of people have had that happen.
Were any of those groups that he mentioned that got reparations? Were any of those black people? Were any of those niggas?
No,
they had
that's
nationality.
Probably, so I mean, I don't know the answer to that actually.
They're not giving black people any damn thing, bro. If it is,
exactly.
it's gonna be
yeah, as long as you
I said this the last show we had.
As long as you call yourself black, they definitely not.
I do know of one black family that did get reparations, and they became their descendants became lawyers and doctors and all kinds.
Wait, say what
now? I do know of one black family that did get reparations.
One black family.
Hold on.
Redondo Beach, California. Redondo Beach, California.
That's not reparations. They had their land taken away from them.
They
had all property.
They got fair.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. Of reparation for slavery and the injustices of slavery and forced labor and all of that. That's a totally different. That's a land property rights issue.
But it happened during slavery.
Africans were property, brother. We were property, brother.
No, the California case, those people previously owned that land. We didn't own shit in America.
All right, let's start talking about some stuff like that to keep it popping and keep the show moving. So you said the African Americans in California who got reparations, they had some land taken from them, right?
Yes.
Do y'all know what case y'all citing for the people listening? And me included? Because I don't know about this case.
It's either Redondo Beach or Manhattan Beach, California. Let's look it up.
So
yes.
Through a civil suit.
I think I heard about that.
Through a civil suit?
Yes.
So they sued and they got compensated for something that was wrongfully taken from them.
18.
That's not reparations.
That's not reparations.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh my God.
What you mean? Yes, it is. So let me check real quick, Joey. I like you to. I can hear what you said. Yes, it is, but that's the form of reparation that our civil justice system allows for any wrong done to you that don't got nothing to do with race or nothing. Like if somebody wrecked your car, you can go sue them for. If you want to call that reparations to get your car fixed, then fine. But that's not traditionally what we've been calling reparations.
The land was.
Let me read this, Smash. I just put this in Chat GP. African American family that received reparations. There are many multiple examples of African American families receiving reparations, including land grants. 1865. In 1865, Union General William T. Sherman signed Special Field Order 15, which promised to give 40 acres and all this stuff. Black families. Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. However, President Andrew Johnson reversed the order, and after Lincoln's assassination, and the land was returned to the former slave owners.
So that's a no.
We all know that, right?
It continues. Cash payments. In 1988, the federal government issued $20,000 cash payments to eligible Japanese. Well, that's talking about the Japanese. In return, a black family in America received land that was taken from them after 98 years.
We're not going nowhere.
98
years. We're not going nowhere.
ain't told you nothing, bro.
White people ain't giving up. This as a whole,
what's going on.
They're not giving up.
What was the brother's name from South Africa that was on the show last? The brother, what was
like
his
Belly
name?
or something?
Belly. Belly. Yeah. When Belly was on. everything that he was saying, it seemed like we have a continental disconnect on what we really need to be doing. We have a continent with all of the resources, and only thing, just like Dr. Clark didn't already like, I don't understand. The elders and the ancestors already done mapped this out for us. It's like we scared to implement what they already said we need to do.
We're gonna wait for somebody else to do something.
This is crazy to me.
It's a lack of respect, James. It's
crazy.
It's a lack of respect for your own elders. Malcolm told us. He was talking about if the African come over and dress in their African garb and go downtown and they get a certain type of treatment from the white man. Why? Because he was an African, they identified him as such. But us as former enslaved people, they didn't recognize us like that. And it was partly due because of our behavior, which was partly due to the fact that we had been so disconnected from our own culture and ways of being. Yes, the information, that's what Marcus Garvey was telling us. And today, even today, when we talk about Pan-Africanism, they call it, they act like it's a bad word in the Black community. And too many Black people say they don't want to have nothing to do with that Black stuff. But until we identify as Africans and operate as Africans here and work with our brothers abroad with the stuff they're going through, we're going to keep staying in this conundrum.
Mm-hmm.
But weren't you just beating the drums, respectfully, Brother Flag? Weren't you just beating the drums for reparations, for the reparations movement?
Absolutely, absolutely. But I'm not looking for it to come. I'm not looking for it to come. But that don't mean
so you just want to spend energy on it, even though you know it's not going to come. You're going to keep spending energy on it.
Wait, that's not what this one I said. If it comes to me, it'd be a surprise. Just like Obama getting elected was a surprise to me. Okay, but it did some good for our community in general.
No, it didn't. What good did it do for our community to have Obama elected president?
Oh, the Obama conversation. Here we go.
Hell no.
No, let's not do that, the Obama debate. That's just going to throw the show off.
I was just using that as an example of something that benefited our community.
Stop it. Stop it. This man undermined the whole.
But now contending against that point is going to make it a new debate.
We not.
All right, hold on, check. I got one more case.
Go ahead.
All right, this is ChatGPT. I mean, not.
Hold on, bro. So now you the offensive ChatGPT.
No, not ChatGPT. This is Wiki. This is your Wiki.
Okay, this is my Wiki.
He switched it up on
the
stage. Man, reparations for slavery. All right. It says, and it looks like it's only one case. The first report.
About it? One case.
Why did you bring it up?
Because if one case could happen, I guess it could happen again.
I guess.
Man,
go ahead, bro.
The first recorded case of reparations for slavery in the United States was the former slave Belinda Royal in 1783 in the form of a pension.
All right, now don't you know that white people got reparations after the Civil War for the Black people that got let free? That was their slaves.
Man, there's been so many reparations given to other people. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's why we need to go on. Quit talking about what these folks. See what I'm saying? Once you got people that already showed you that they not finna do nothing for you, why do you continue to just be acting like it's almost like you just we like scared or something?
We could have thought of some new drone technology before.
Right, but I'm on, man. Let's get to the business. Like
we could have repaired. We could have
get on top.
We could repair the whole everything. This much energy.
So for the Smash Rockwell channel, can we file a motion to throw this reparations shit off the table?
Oh no, definitely not. Hell no. No.
He said file a motion.
I'm just saying, why we don't want to do that, but it ain't our main. It shouldn't be on the main burner over here for real, because it's just a conversation that I'm willing to support and I'm willing to have. And if we get into if I find the facilities and the true organizations that's putting together this movement, I'm gonna be behind it and support it. But I don't think we should just spin our youth's thumbs by making them think that us at this age is talking about this like it's about to pop. Then they should start sitting around and not working and waiting on their reparations.
Right. You know what we could do?
Let me tell y'all why this is a cowardice conversation. Because we got a situation that happened in our lifetime and we don't even want to address it. That crack era, what they did to our community, we should get reparations for that.
I agree.
But
right now, we seen that happen. How they bombed the whole African community, and we
that
got
don't line up with
of
what
it.
you said though. That is a cowardice conversation. So maybe you should just phrase
It seems like
better.
we don't want to address any of this. Is what I'm saying.
I don't get it. Who said don't nobody want no reparations for that?
It's simple because we ain't really pushed the line on.
But nobody brought it up.
They want to say that going back that far is just not because it seems like that would be their excuse. Y'all going back too far. Well, we can go back to the 1980s.
And we still not gonna get shit.
Yeah, exactly. I hear what you're saying, but I wouldn't say that would make it a cowardice conversation. I think all people had to discuss this who eventually got it. You think everybody just popped up one day, even the white people who got reparations. You think the white boys who lost the Civil War wasn't saying, man, we need reparations.
They got
white people from white people.
But
that's all we got to do is look at history. What have they ever given us? Are we waiting for white people to give us something? That's all. Are we really thinking white people gonna give us something of significance?
First of all, we all in our. I mean, I just turned 50, so even if you waiting, you know what I'm saying. It don't matter if you waiting or not. You know what I'm saying. So I don't think I'm saying I would think the majority of us ain't because our life is still going on, right? You know what I'm saying, and that shit ain't happened yet. I heard the first time I heard this word was when my Japanese friends in junior high told me, oh, when I get 18, I get 20 G's. And I didn't believe it. But look, 1988 is when that happened. I'm listening to Big Daddy Kane. They telling me about their 20 G's. So,
Smash, you mean to tell me it's still going on?
That was in 1988 when they got the reparations, family.
When I was 8.
In Oregon,
the Japanese. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Don't be thinking that tools who mount a good argument don't get compensated.
Right.
Yeah,
in Oregon, in Oregon, the Native Americans can go to college without paying fees as part of their reparation package up there. But the thing is, I said that to say this, is that the white people up there that I worked with were very angry about that fact, even though they took over the whole damn country. They're mad because they have to pay for their kids to go to college, and the indigenous people up there don't. So they're not giving you anything, and the question is not about anybody giving us anything. The question is, how hard are we willing to fight? And if we don't want to fight for the brother over here that's fighting for it, will we support that brother, or will we block that brother or tear that?
No, ain't no blocking.
Hold on, we got a contribution to the show. Venom K, thank you for the contribution. He says they will not give black people reparations because it'll equal power for black people. Best to unite with Africa, who will win by demographics and infrastructure in the 2100s, I guess. I never said that before.
You got the youngest population, the most resources. We winning, but we just don't know we winning.
But they say China owns most of Africa, don't they? As far as like new businesses and stuff and that stuff.
They don't own.
And we don't have to go about it in one way. There's many ways, and each one of us, whatever our expertise is, if we keep our eye on the ultimate goal, which is liberation of the African mind and body, then you go at whichever area that you are working in. And that's the whole thing. And that's why I'm trying to get an understanding of who that's what this show is about who these
fundamental black Americans.
Yeah. I was trying to, this is what you were helping me to understand, because when I first heard of it, I said, people crazy. And I said,
so Alan, question, Alan, just a question. So would you say someone who's actually trying to say they have a claim to the land has a better argument to the land than somebody that's just saying that they're black and we don't have, and that, you know what I'm saying, like doesn't have,
not if they can't prove it.
But I'm saying a better argument.
It's
not if they can't. How is it a better argument if they can't prove it?
Can you? So black people To my understanding, is who I identify as a black person is me as well, as people who has transatlantic slavery ancestry from West Africa, and we are here in America speaking English. You know what I'm saying? We don't know is it Wolof? Did we come from one of the Wolof tribe? Was it Ashanti? Was it Fula? Was it
just went off on a tangent.
Mandingo? Do you understand what I'm saying though? Like, even in
course.
Africa, those were different tribes. They weren't just one homogenous group of people. They
What's your
spoke
point?
different languages. That's my point.
That's Brother Flag talking. That's somebody else talking to you. So I'll let it.
But understand my point. Even in Africa, in West Africa, they were different conglomerations that spoke different languages. They were different heights. They were different. They weren't the same.
To say what, brother?
Fulani. So I'm saying to say that's the point. So what would you identify as? If you as black that doesn't have
African.
any type.
No.
Okay, this
So
is
you're not
Brother
understanding
Flag.
my point. So that's my point. Africa is a continent.
Okay, you asked.
It's a continent because it's a continent.
Within that continent, there's countries.
The brother,
Man, I don't understand why we be having these.
So you just can't claim a continent, brother. What I'm saying is there are ethnicities within that continent.
Yeah,
so
they're not countries.
People. I'm
They're
saying
not
that
countries.
people who do that don't know who they are, because even when I did my DNA little test, it says I went back to Benin, Togo. That's just the area.
I don't understand your
Man,
point.
every time you say this, an African come on the show and tell you wrong.
I'm wrong about what?
They say we do claim the continent. We call ourselves African.
Of course,
so,
he don't know what he's talking
you're
about.
missing the point. No, I do know what I'm saying. When they came from West Africa on this slave ship, there was Wolof, there was Fulani, there was Dinka, there was Mandinko, there was all these different tribes.
So what? We know that. So what about
languages?
Okay.
What
spoke
about
different
it?
languages. So one of the languages that they spoke would have been Arabic, Islamic. That was a language that they all could speak. And when they got over here, so you understand my point? Can't say, oh, we're African. Okay, so what does that mean? That you're still different, is the point I'm saying. So you can't, we're not going to just say black is not an identifier.
But hold on, no, it is an identifier because you got to realize when those people got here, their lineages could not recall any of that information, right? They just all knew that, okay, yeah, we came from one point, but they started having kids on the plantation, right? And assumed they just became a people who, we all know people forgot their history and lost their language, couldn't speak their language, right? And so then they took on a moniker. I'm not saying they took it on, because the first people here was called just Africans and Christians. If you look that up, you can ask ChatGPT that. What was the first people in the Americas called? And so really they had to do that because of the circumstances. If you with a group of people and you know, okay, they crip, they blood, they woo, and then so much go on to where y'all forget all of that. It may become a circumstances that everybody who went through the same circumstance might identify under a new moniker.
It's like first grade math, man. I get frustrated when we have to go down these unnecessary paths.
Tall guy.
It's not because it's derogatory and people don't understand. So listen. So this is why you haven't gotten anywhere, because you're identifying as black. That's it. So that the Morris got that part right.
I
just want to say
that.
I'll
be always coming out.
That's not the truth. Everything you say, Eddie K, is not the truth. We've gotten hella places. Like, I'm sitting here looking at hella shit, sitting in a fat house, rolling up one. We've gotten far. I know when people could not even do what we talking about.
Brother, we
couldn't even talk this out loud in public, but we on the internet.
Brother.
Well, you can't say we haven't gotten anywhere.
Individually.
No, not individually. Cool. I'm saying this for all of y'all too. We all represent in our kingdoms, right? And we talking, expressing ourselves publicly on the internet about black issues. I'm not saying that's the promised land, but don't say we ain't got nowhere. Like, we got billionaires, millionaires. I don't know. I don't get it.
Eddie, didn't you just see me share?
I do get it, but
hold on, Eddie. Hold on, Eddie. Didn't you just see me share something about linguistic evolution? Did you see that?
Well, I know all about linguistic evolution.
Okay. Now, did you see in what I shared that black was off in there?
Yeah, it meant Negro.
I'm just asking the question. Did you see
I'm
that black
answering.
was
It meant
inclusive?
Negro. You can't direct my
All
conversation.
of that's inclusive off in that, right?
It meant Negro.
But hold on. Is it all
Negro
inclusive?
means black. Literally means black.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get him to understand.
So you said that backwards.
Nigga said no.
It meant you said it backwards. Black means Negro.
It's two different man. Why are we doing this, man?
That's what I'm
Oh
saying.
my God! Yeah,
That's why
that might.
Before the other
Eddie, you just argue
one
to
is a
argue
social
now, Eddie.
one is a social term that we created as a racial white and
No,
black.
you just can't argue to argue though, because then it don't make the show good. Like,
yeah, we're not arguing, but we gotta understand that the word black and white are racial terms that were created in the 1800s.
No, they're not.
So we're not gonna sit here and say,
God damn it!
We're not gonna
okay, let's go. Let's hit him with the meta smash.
You gotta
go all the way back
again.
I don't understand this.
You know, Eddie K, you know all the teachings about blackness on this channel. You know it, bro. You know it, though. You've been watching long enough to get my spiel.
Yeah,
so why would you say that?
Because he's just
because we're talking about brother. You just talking about what he showed in his linguistic transliteration. He said we're talking about Latin.
That was modern.
And yeah, that's what we're talking about. We brought up that point.
Black.
What I'm saying is, from a modern standpoint, you understand what black is.
Black is a
huge. Go to an ancient standpoint and show you that we was already on.
We're talking about ancient. Why we jump on ancient when I'm talking about you?
You don't want to do that.
Talking about
so that's
now.
What just say
you're
you
talking
don't
about
do
it's a racial modern construct, brother.
That's crazy.
And that's not crazy. That's what I'm saying.
So,
okay.
So humans don't use color for descriptive.
We're not gonna.
I'm talking about humans now. I'm just talking about all humans.
Identify. Listen, brother. We're not gonna.
What color is a polar
bear?
Derogatory term. What color is a polar bear?
We're not gonna identify ourselves in a derogatory term.
Just real quick, we're gonna bring this part to the close, okay? So I don't want to have to do that, but let's just shelve your taking over the show with your contention. And let's just let you continue to chill without having to throw you out. You know what I'm saying? Normally you just turn up all the way until you like, okay, I know I'm not. That's not no threat. But I'm saying every other time you on the show, you turn up until we just the only way to control you is to. So you can finish making your point, but just land that plane if you don't mind. I'm not saying that laying that plane shit no more. That shit's stupid anyway.
It is what it is. But black is some racial shit. So what's the problem? If you want to identify yourself with a racial term, that's you. Ain't nothing wrong with me saying that. And that's a fact.
Why are you here?
Black. I'm not a Negro, brother. I'm not a Negro. I'm not a Negro.
Okay,
black,
okay.
Color,
now let's get to this. How would you want to identify the people?
I'm not Negro, black, or color.
What are
okay, so how? So this is what I'm asking you. Okay, we get that. So how would you want to identify?
First as a man. First as a man. First as a human being.
I'm asking you. I'm trying to ask you.
I'm telling you. What do you mean?
What did you say?
I'm telling you how I identify as myself, brother. First as a man, as a human being, as a son, as a father, as a brother, as an uncle. That's how I identify myself, brother.
That's all right.
Are you saying that you identify yourself by a color? That's you.
I'm talking about us as a collective group. Why are you on here?
All right, that's all
I'm about.
That you in this collective group right here.
What are you talking about? I'm not a color, brother. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, I'm asking you. Okay, well, if you don't understand that you in this particular spectrum, then how could you be here?
Exactly.
I do understand, but I don't have to be in the matrix to understand the matrix, brother.
Talk like
I don't have to identify to know what's going on.
Hispanics, and it wouldn't be no problem. Italians, and they would kick you out because you ain't them.
Go jump on that guy.
If you were saying this,
you're not a human.
You're not a
human. Listen, my first identifier was a human being. So you gonna keep me like I'm not a human?
Man, you messed up the show, bro. I tried to ask you to land that plane. You just gonna You talk about you a human, bro. That's some bullshit right now.
I don't identify myself as a color. You have ethnicity is not. I'm not a black.
So
I'm not a black.
I bet you when you get pulled over, they don't tell you that. I bet you when your birth certificate, when you got your birth certificate, you pulled your birth certificate up right now.
James,
it's gonna say that you something other than just. It's gonna have
my birth certificate might say that I'm colored on it. So I got to identify with I'm colored now too.
Shows
Come on, brother,
we
you don't
gonna
make
allow
sense.
TJ to do this, man? How many shows we gonna allow him to do this?
That's crazy.
Hey,
How
so
many
You
shows,
don't
man?
know,
How many
brother. I'm from
times does this have
Illinois.
to
You
happen?
from Chicago? You from Chicago too, or they're in that area? Our birth
I'm from
certificate's gonna say
Chicago.
what they gonna say colored.
Come on, King Jason.
You was born,
How
if you was
many
born in like
shows
the
we gonna
60s
do
or the
this for?
70s,
Stop it. King
do
Jason.
yours
How
say
many
Negro
shows?
or colored?
How
It
many
don't say
shows we
African.
gonna
It
do
don't
this?
say African American on it. So what do it say, Negro or colored?
I just showed you linguistic evolution, and
It don't say
that's
African
crazy.
American, brother. Are you saying that your birth certificate say African American?
It probably would if I was born in
It
2020
does
or
not.
so.
It
Yes.
says Negro or colored.
Give
And that's a
the
fact.
shit.
No, my birth certificate doesn't say that.
Okay, mine does.
I read it.
Mine don't say
I'm gone,
African
man. I'm
American.
gone, bro. This is just a waste of time.
What? Y'all want to make up stuff?
can I answer the brother's question? Somebody asked Alan a question. I'd like to respond.
Yeah, go ahead,
Comes
brother
down
Flag.
to identifying with ethnicity. If you have
Hold
no
on, Eddie. Let brother Flag, elder speak right now. He wants to
Yeah,
answer.
the brother.
They asking how much money to kick you off the show.
Word.
Go ahead, Elder Flag.
You want to kick me up?
No, not you. You know who we talking about.
Oh, come on,
Flag.
Elder
Don't even
Flag.
do that.
Don't even play with me. You don't act like you know. Stop playing. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Y'all be doing a lot of fast. I don't know if I can keep up all the time. But the brother, I'm trying to remember his question. He said something about the man be more if it had. Could you reframe that? Could you bring that question back again?
You broke up, brother Flag.
Brother Flag.
Why did I break? I don't understand this.
I don't know, but that's what's
The
going
brother
on.
said the demand, and he said if he'd had paperwork behind it, as opposed to somebody that didn't, or something to that nature. I was waiting for him to repeat the question because somebody kept interjecting.
No. Basically, what I was saying was that the people who are like the Abos, I guess they're saying that they maybe have some indigenous rights to the land. I'm saying, would they not have a better argument than somebody who is claiming to be Negro
Okay.
with slave ancestry? That if we do got to go back to the 14th Amendment, like that 3/5 of it, we were property during that time. But go ahead.
Okay. Well, I don't understand that. I would just say this.
No, I'm just saying that when they wrote the
Let
Constitution,
him
we were counted
respond.
as property. Okay, go ahead.
Just trying to respond in the matter that I understand the question, and it's this. I know that when the kidnapping started, there were Europeans, light-skinned, white people, and kidnapped Black African Negroes and put them into. I know you can change the language any kind of way you want to. That's a history. It's a documented historical fact, and that's what I stand on. And there has been many attempts over the whole time that we were here to get that clarity. They were going to they were talk of land to give us Florida at one early in the 1600s. There were separation. They were sending us to Mexico, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As an African, Black, Negro, colored human being man, I'm demanding and support those who make these demands, whether it's legally or by any other means, not excluding revolutionary means, to get some justice regarding that. And the avenue that I see in the long term, that is the best avenue to follow, is to reconnect with African history, culture, and a mindset, and reconnect and work, knowing that this will not happen in my life, maybe in the lifetime of my grandchildren. But the fight must continue, and it must continue.
Word up.
That's it.
But Brother Flag, just to don't you think that this is really a partial repackaging of the Moorish argument?
I don't know what the words are. when they tell me a black means death, then I'm out the room. Gone. There's only so many hours in a day. There's only so many a lifetime is. So when you identify something that is just ludicrous, then you leave it alone. I get away from it because I want to learn some more.
But don't you think?
Go ahead.
That this is a maxim, right, of the Moorish Empire, and then they argue that Negro, black, slave, colored, civil law, more truths, dead in the eyes of the law. If you identify yourself as a slave, you put, or black, Negro, colored, you basically saying you're a slave and you don't have no rights. So I mean, like the same.
You can't say
that. You know that's a silly argument because how can that make sense?
Real quick, we got a contribution from the indigenous African, one of the best contributors to the show, and he says, I claim the whole continent, including Egypt and the pharaohs, all leaders, good and bad, past and present, north, east, west, and south, them my people, their people are my people, land being the first common denominator.
I say. And so why stop there? Why don't we just claim the whole damn globe? We are the.
You can't do that. That's not even cool.
You can't tell me.
Why would you want to claim somebody else's stuff when you already
because it all belongs to me. It all belongs to me. It all belongs.
Yeah. See, that's when you go overboard.
So smash. Real quick. This just brought me back to your initial point when I was just watching your video before I even jumped on. You was talking about Fat Joe. This is the reason why somebody like that or in that community can identify with calling themselves black, because it's so vague. It's like, what really is it? Is it the culture? Is it the hip hop culture? Is it because he definitely ain't a black Puerto Rican.
It's because African welcoming of all people on the planet, going back historically. We always embrace any human being that comes into our.
And that was our detriment. That was our detriment.
Well, I'm not saying that it is or it isn't. I'm just saying that this is a fact and an explanation to why this man, Fat Joe, could identify and be in community. And then when he feel like it's to his advantage to come out of it, he can come out of it. So I say it's okay. If that works for us, if they can get something out of that, I'm not going to stand against them, but I'm not going to be over there with them because it don't make sense to me.
So do you feel like Kamala jumped over here and played that black card when she wanted to be black?
Of course she did. Of course she did.
Okay.
Of course she did. And it worked for her.
But see, this when it gets exhausted for me. Because at this particular point, we have, and see, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know if genetics is going to even be valid in this particular conversation. Because we have the whole genome of humanity mapped out. So we don't even have to use the guesswork and rules that's imposed on you by your oppressor should not even be acknowledged. So when somebody say that certain people are black just because they got one drop, you can't accept that. Like that's just something you can't even accept because that's just not the way it works.
James, they told us in the 60s that black is a state of mind. African.
Yeah, but you can't accept that though.
So no, what I'm saying, if your state of mind is black or African, then you operate as a black man or an African, regardless to what you look like.
But that doesn't. That's not. But see, so you accept that? Is that what you're saying?
They built the Negro.
Hold on. I'm asking, brother. I'm asking Brother Flag. You saying that we should accept that particular? Who said this?
This was when it was in the 60s, man. When I was in college, when these brothers that were coming back from Vietnam, the brothers from the Black Panther.
Okay, now we see sometimes we make mistakes.
Teachers, my elders at that time, the people who mentored me.
Well, anybody that said that, I would say that was a mistake. I mean, we got the right looking 30 or 40 years down the line for some of the mistakes that we made.
I say this, James. It helped me get to the point that I became completely, unadulteratedly an African person. I had to go through these steps. Like they had steps to make these Africans, when they brought them over here, into slaves. They did not bring any slaves from Africa because we didn't have that. We didn't have slavery. There was a process. They didn't bring them to California, New York. They took them to the islands, and then they did what they call seasoning. And that's what, for the ones who survived that passage, that 3-month passage across the Atlantic, and they were still bucking up. They were still looking them in the eyes. They were still building up. They broke them. They broke them before they shipped them to those plantations. It's called a seasoning process. And no, they became slaves when they stopped trying to get away, when they stopped fighting. But we all fought to some degree, no matter how small. We always resisted. There was never a time that we as Black people did not resist the oppression. But some of us did embrace it and became enemies to ourselves and our community. I don't deny that, but I keep focusing on those that resisted, and I count myself among them, and I count you guys among them. So that's it, man.
All right, I got another contribution from my brother, the indigenous African. He said, I say that you all have the same claim because your identity wasn't voluntarily given up. It says, there was an attempt to strip it away from you, but that will never happen. My claim is y'all's claim too. Recognize it. Okay, and also see Sean P. I ain't seen you around in a long time. Sean P. said, you said on this show that people don't believe anything Black people say. Only white people, but I guess you meant to forget white people. Guess who listened to the white man who made it up using a shipwreck story? I'm trying.
He's an abo.
I'm trying. Oh no, that's now it says, when it comes to scholarship regarding our existence in the Americas, we weren't here and we don't get here until we get off boats with Europeans. Period.
That's not.
Hold on, who said that?
This is a brother Sean P in the chat, and he says, y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. Y'all was Black Egypt for years. Go read Van Sertima book and see his errors yourself. We pointed them out on our channel. Interesting.
You don't know who Sean P is?
Yeah, I know who Sean P is.
Explain to them who Sean P is, because they don't know who he is.
We know, Sean. You the one late to the party.
No, I wasn't gonna address him like I'm familiar. Yeah. I know who he is.
Yeah, that's why he even read. He said you ain't been around in a while, so we know.
I don't know. You heard all that. So North America was never a part of the conversation that Columbus came to North America. I think you got to go back and rewatch the show. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff to debunk everything you said right in this show, and you popped up too late to be popping out your shit like the link ain't shareable. Like I love when motherfuckers get Twitter fingers. Damn, the link is shared, Sean. It's hella shit. Maybe you want to go back and look at some of the stuff we looked at, because that claim that like you Mr. Debunk everything, that shit don't fly far over here. Like, oh, you debunked it on your show. Everything Ivan Van Sertima said. Cut it out.
Smash, I wanted to ask James a question. So that's why when you said 2% of Native American, that's like of 100% of yourself, that's like or not 100%, but 100 of yourself, that's like 0.02 drop.
I'm not sure, but it's 2%. It's 2% is 2% out of 100. That's what I got.
So that's like
then I got 5% European, and I got a picture right there. Y'all looking at me. And if I didn't never had taken a DNA test, I wouldn't have never expected to have that much European. I know it may have been some in there, but I would have never expected to have that much European.
You dressed in
I would have thought that based on what my grandmother said, that I would have more Indian DNA than European DNA.
You do know, James, that 5% still counts, right?
Yeah. I got less than. I see this. What I'm saying. I understand all of this. That's why when people be arguing about genetics, I can tell you my genetic breakup without and not even trip off of it. It's no big deal. I understand that once you get a certain percentage, you're going to start phenotypically changing it to a European. And that's just what that is. And you got to have a certain amount of integration for that to happen.
I agree with all of that, James. But do you recognize even with that 5%, there are people with way less than that who are making claims to indigenous lands and indigenous cultures and indigenous tribes?
Mm-hmm.
That's that $5 Indian you were talking about.
No. There are people. There are people who have membership cards to tribes with way less than 5%.
Hold on.
I don't believe
Sean, you go live right now and prove how that been working out for you, Sean? You still go live? Like people been fucking with your information, Sean P? I ain't seen you in a while. I remember you used to be a moderator, then you got mad, and ever since then it's just been nothing but negative shit. You get that sensitive over losing a fucking wrench? Now we sitting here talking about FBA on my show, and you talking about, oh, when I send these shots, I don't want to hear you crash like before when your name was in the title. Damn, you sound like you clout chasing. I'll go live right now. Who gonna leave here and go watch Sean P? Tell me that.
I don't even know what the name is.
Put up a one if you gonna go watch Sean P.
Hell nah.
So cut it out. Ain't nobody, you ain't getting nothing over here, going over there. Just hit the link. Come get your shine on. You about to debunk all these people right now. You got the presentations, bruh. I know how we rock. You got them old presentations. Come show us.
Well, if this the same Sean P that I know about, I think that what they tried to do was try to say that the people from the Polynesian islands were the people who populated the Americas first. But that would still mean that they were African. They would be of African. They would have more African features than European or Native American, because those people look more African than
right.
Than
but
not.
But when you're dealing with, you recognize, James, when you're dealing with Native American and indigenous, it's really two different classifications, right? They are not the same people.
Native American, indigenous.
Hey, there's Sean P.
That.
They are not
the rapper, yes.
So what is guy?
We don't know. We don't know. He just he what he's doing is what he likes to do. So it don't make no sense to give him any attention because he's not gonna come in and say anything of any value.
Sean P came.
No, I see the presentation they did a long time ago on that.
Who that?
On trying to debunk Ivan Van Sertima and just throw him out the window.
Right.
Yeah, we remember they was on that kick back in the day.
Yeah.
Smash, who's they?
What was that called?
Consul.
What would they call?
Consul and Cozy. It was Osiris something.
Team
okay. Osiris.
Team Osiris, wasn't Team Osiris?
It might have been others.
Might have been after that.
Pseudo. I don't know.
No, it might have been after that. But it was after
You don't go to
the Armor Ross. It was couple sections under them.
Talking about the Armor Ross squad. Hold on, I'll tell you after I handle this business. Crazy, yes.
Well, either which way it go, that's a postulation that could be true. That the Polynesians came over, because we know they were off in the Hawaiian Islands. They made it all the way over there, so we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Right. And it's a possibility, just like they did with that experiment on that rod boat.
Right.
The Africans could have sailed over here, but that's not to say that we were the dominant population. And then when you're looking at the genetics of it, these people are the dominant genetic population here today. If we were the dominant genetic population in the Americas, it would still be showing, I think.
You are 100% right. It'd just be like
it'd be like we'll see a whole bunch of Africans, and the people in Mexico will be Africans, and they'll be coming up here, and they'll be trying to stop them type of people. But that ain't what's going on. It's a whole different type of people that's trying to get up into America.
Peace, y'all. Happy holidays to everybody on the panel. Peace.
Peace, dude.
What's up, dude? Peace.
Hey, hold on. I want us to see this part real quick because there's just some type of confusion. Sean P, see if you can watch this part of this documentary and do your debunking because I know you debunked all this already.
1,000 years old.
Oh yeah, but this one they start hating, so let me talk.
Yeah, cheers.
I'm just gonna go on and get to the, because you know I don't want them to mess it all up.
The statistics, the quantitative analysis we were doing was not showing these people to be mongoloid. In fact, the analysis was showing these people was anything except mongoloid.
So first, the DNA is showing that these skulls found in South America was anything but mongoloid. All right, Sean
Mongoloid meaning the people that came through the Bering Strait type.
So let's keep on following Sean P.
So who was Luthia? And where did she come from? To find out, the skull was taken to a hospital in Rio de Janeiro to begin the process of reconstructing her face.
Okay, you're going to have to watch the whole thing, and we just get to the conclusion for Sean P.
The cast was then given to Richard Neve of the University of Manchester in England, one of the world's leading forensic artists, to recreate her features.
That, to me, is a Negroid face that has all the features that you associate with a Negroid face.
All right, let's stop. Now, he just said that's a Negroid face. And Sean P says, according to radiocarbon dating in 2013, Lucia died some 11,243 to 11,710 years ago, which places her bones amongst the oldest evidence we have in the early population of Americas. You said that, and he said she was Negro. I don't get it.
Well, there you go. He's agreeing.
He's agreeing there, right? That's what I'm saying.
He's agreeing. I don't see the
Hold up, Bruce. Before you click anything, I know he finna respond to this. I know I gotta read. You gotta read that to us, man. What he finna say next? Because this shit, how is he gonna get out of this?
Do you know? Do you know that a technique similar to this was used to catch a serial killer? A guy named John Lynch back in the
okay. Now they're gonna start talking about she's not Negro. Of course, we're gonna go to the linguistic circle. Okay, yeah, that's enough. You got enough light. I tried to hook up your channel, Sean P. Hopefully, people tune in to your refutation when you put my name in the link, because my channel growing and I'm juking and you trying to show up now. You wasn't showing up when motherfuckers wasn't around here. Now you want to come refute some shit.
Yo, Smash, you see this video right here you sharing?
Yeah.
I'm in the comment section about 3 months ago. You should see what I said, because I said exactly what you said the other day when you showed. And I read the comment. I said that means I was on point, because exactly what you pointed out is what I pointed out.
Where you at in the comments?
Hold on, go there. Keep going. I'm gonna show you. You're gonna see my logo somewhere unless they hating.
No, it's only at 3. It's just now getting to 3 months. All right, well, what you say? I don't see your logo.
I said that if I'm trying to paraphrase what I said, but I said he could have left out the Israelite information. That took away from a great.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying.
That took away from a great otherwise presentation, is what I said, because it's a great presentation, but with him trying to cloak that Israelite information in there is not that. But I said that 3 months ago, but then you said it the other day. I said, okay, so that means I'm on point then.
But question, James, the individual whose channel this is, what is his
What is his persuasion?
But I want to know, hold on, why you acting like you can't click the link, Sean P? You got something against me? Hit the link and come show us your video. Like, for real, you could definitely hit the link, family. Ain't like it's going to get the, what the fuck we got to talk crazy about. So just come show us the work and we can share your Mossy video right now. That would be a good thing to do.
Yeah, I love to see. But we already went over that. I was there in real time when they was doing that.
You know that's gonna end up like September Ra. Can you read the glyphs? Put him on the spot.
Hey, and then he trying to put up text, but ain't nothing he posting refuting shit. Look, an article published in the National Ecological Evolution reveals that Luzio, the oldest human skeleton found in Sao Paulo state, was a descendant of the ancestral population that settled in the Americas. They telling you who that population was.
The African.
Golly, I can't.
Somebody with African features.
Why would you waste your thumb strength?
Yeah, but Smash, there is, when we dealing with Americas, there is a lot of gaps in history. Not saying that they're wrong about the African thing, but there's a lot of gaps between a lot of those cultures too. When they talk about history.
They made it real clear. They said
no,
these people are not the Mongoloid type people.
No, I'm not.
The Mongoloid people are the people that came in from the northern.
I'm not disputing that, but what I'm saying is when you deal with the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incas, the Toltecs, and all of
that's
those,
when you start to get into fragmentation of later years.
Right.
Nobody don't care. We talking about the origins of it. I mean, let's stay on top.
You just messed up. Messed up.
But what I'm saying is when you're looking at things like the Olmecs, they are theorizing based on things that are not necessarily genetic, because there's no genetic.
Yeah, we know that. We know that, Joey.
Right.
We already know they don't have no genetic evidence for the Olmec civilization.
I know that, James. Everybody doesn't know that. So they're just using little bits and pieces here and there to say, this is our theory that they are African. I'm not disagreeing with it, but we have
they just looking at what the Olmec sculptures look like.
Right.
And they doing a postulation that, hey man, that kind of look kind of like some Africans.
Right.
Which, ain't nothing wrong with that, right?
So did they come to the conclusion that behind those were not locks, or were they locks?
Well, we all know they some type of braids. I mean, anybody with a brain can see that those are braids in the back, and on a couple of them from what we see.
So let me ask you, how many years though? That's thousands of years separated, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he didn't went all the way down to maybe 2000 BCE when you start dealing with the Olmec civilization.
Olmec is still like 3000. It's still contained around.
Why you keep bringing up? You keep lifting up the 3000. Ain't no 3,000. Where it said 3,000 years? Look it up.
The day of the Olmec?
That's 1,000. But he wasn't talking about Olmec specifically. He's talking about the oldest sample of humanity that he could find in Brazil specifically. That is about Brazil.
And that's Luzio, right? That's Luzio?
I don't understand.
No, this specific sample that he's talking about was found in Brazil.
And what was that?
This particular person that he's talking about was a female found in Brazil.
Her name is what? Luzio?
Brazil, yes, Brazil. Okay. And I talk about all of North, Central, and South America, just that one particular country.
In Brazil,
that, Joey,
okay.
But you brought up the
okay, Joey.
I think I might be.
What's the female name in Brazil?
I think they call it something like Lucia or something like that. That was it.
That's why I've been saying you keep running over top. All right, so how old they say she was?
They said about 11,000 to 11,500 years ago, I think was the number. That's when she died.
And they said she more closely related to who? The people at where?
She had Negro features.
No, I mean, all right, whatever. Hey, that's the same thing Tariq was saying about this individual, this Lazille person, saying she was black. And
but that's not saying indigenous per se. That's saying.
Man, I don't know why.
Say indigenous.
Because so who the hell was here before her then? Hold up. So who was there before she was? I mean, they got some more people that they saying that's
from my
older.
understanding, that's the oldest human sample that they could find in Brazil. I don't know.
So let's stop right there. So you saying that that's the oldest sample that they can find in Brazil, right? Or are you saying it's in South America or just Brazil?
I'm saying Brazil, but it might be South America.
Okay, so if she's the first and the oldest sample, that doesn't make her the indigenous person or the indigenous person in that. Ain't that how they work?
Well, let me say yes and no, because normally when we say,
oh man,
hold on.
Yo, you out of control, George.
Let me explain.
That's what I be saying.
But let me explain before you.
I got. Because see, this is what you finna do. What you finna do is say that the only indigenous person on the planet is the African that's from the continent of Africa.
No. I want to say normally in academia when they say indigenous are the living people that the Europeans found when they came there. Those are the people that they normally call indigenous. That's what
I'm trying to see. Sean P., what's that source called? He said he just put a source. Lucia was Native American. She was not African, says geneticist Tabia, I can't even say his name right, Henry Mueller or whatever, from the Institute of Bioscience at the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Thank you. So that's his contention right there, that this geneticist says this. I think
we need to look into that.
I think he posted the source earlier. I'm gonna try to find it.
Yeah, but the only way that he's gonna be able to say that she's not an African if she's introgressed with a whole bunch of Neanderthal or Denisovan or something like that.
Well,
because if they ain't finna be able to identify that, that's gonna be an African in my opinion.
Right, but just because she's of African descent, that, as you said, that doesn't mean she cannot be considered indigenous. She could still be considered indigenous based on the amount of
first.
That doesn't mean
humans to get there.
That doesn't exclude her because they think
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, it said a steady finding disproved the theory that Lucia people came from a migratory way prior to the ancestors of today Amerindians, meaning that the type of people she is, right? The type of human she is, right? Didn't come to these what we call today Native American. Right. So it disproved the theory that Lucia people came from a migratory wave prior mean before to the ancestor today Amerindians. So she's recent. She's more recent than those whatchamacallit blood. They call it Amerindians. Yep.
Would that have been like, are you familiar with, I can't even pronounce
so,
it.
Hold on. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure this out because Sean just provided a source, and I took that source. Y'all heard me ask for the source, so I just took his quote and I popped it in Google. And this is the same person. Y'all see the screen?
Yep.
This say, I'm sorry, Sean, you could come on the show, but right now I am getting kind of lost. Because this says, according to Tabitha Hunenmeyer, a geneticist at the University of Sao Paulo Bioinstitute who took part in the research, one of the main results of the study was the identification of Lucia's people as genetically related to the Clovis culture, which dismantles the idea of two biological opponents and the possibility that there were two migrations to the Americas, one with African traits and the other with Asian traits. All right? Now, let's keep reading. It says, Lucia's people must have resulted from a migratory wave originated in Beringa, she said, referring to some now submerged Bering Land ridge that joined Siberia and Alaska during the glaciation and with sea levels were lower. It says, the molecular data suggests population substitution in Southern America since 9,000 years ago. Lucia's people disappeared and were replaced by the Armenians living today. Am I reading that wrong?
No. You read it exactly perfect.
Lucia's people disappeared and were replaced by the Amerindians alive today, although both had a common origin in Beringia, or whatever that is.
And that what I said earlier?
I'm confused now because I was just looking to see. All right, well, so maybe
so they had a genetic replacement.
But like I said,
9,000 years, 9,000 BCE.
Man, please, this ain't even.
But that's the same study we were just talking about, Smash.
That's the same. This is stuff I found out on a TV show. I mean, on this YouTube, watching with y'all last
that's different
night.
than what I'm showing because mine's showing that they came before the Amerindians.
That is what they're saying.
Yeah, I mean, they came after. No. They came after. They came after because it's prior. When they said prior, right?
Yes.
It's what the word prior mean. What
before?
Okay.
Prior means
so
before.
The way prior. Okay, they said derived from a migratory way prior to the ancestor. Yes, I read that wrong. You right.
Yes. I'm not gonna go read the cell study. This ain't even like I have no passion in trying to refute your presentation, Sean. I'm just watching the show and keeping up to date with what motherfuckers is arguing about. Totally, I'm not. You get snow. You can have all the smoke you want with me, but you get none from me. No light. It's nothing. Let's keep it popping though. What?
But Smash, he just quoted the same study that we were talking about, and he doesn't even realize it.
I know, but I don't get. I guess I must didn't read enough.
Nah, you read exactly what you needed to read, man. Don't even be doing that. You know what I'm saying? Just leave it right there where it was at. It was perfect. Like if you was on the gymnastics, you landed on a 10.
Well, let's put the
no
date,
step or nothing. You nailed it, right?
Nailed it. Let's put the date of the when the what you said, the Alaskan passes. What's it called? The
Bering Strait.
Yeah, when I across there, the Bering Strait. Put the date on that.
He addressed
Bering
that.
Strait.
He addressed that. No, he addressed that in the YouTube.
What was the date?
No, he said
that was
they were not Mongoloid.
He said she's not Mongoloid. That is what he meant. He's talking about the Asians who allegedly walked across the Bering Strait. That she's not one of them.
So what is this cranial morphology of the earlier? Y'all see this? Cranial morphology of the early Americans from Lagos, Santos, Brazil. Implications for the settlement of the New World. When we read this earlier, it says comparative morphological studies on the earliest human skeletons of the New World have shown that whereas late prehistoric, recent, and present Native Americans tend to exhibit cranial morphology similar to the late and modern North Asian short, wide, and neurocranial high orthognathic broad faces and relatively high normal orbits and noses. The earliest South Americans tend to be more similar to the present Australians, Malaysians, and sub-Saharan Africans, narrow with long neurocranial prognatic and low faces and relatively low and broad noses and orbits. I read that, and then again we can skip down here. It says the results obtained from all multivariate analysis confirm a close morphological affinity between Southern American Paleo-Indians and extant Austro-Malaysian groups, supporting the hypothesis that two distinct biological populations could have colonized the New World in the Pleistocene-Holocene transition. Now, if we go in and we talk about these Austro-Malaysian groups, you get back right to, I ain't got to do that, do we? And so I don't know. It's mixed that out there, but that's not my passion to prove that. I'm just perusing the information.
Right, man. That already said what the deal is. Like you ain't got to go too much further than just that little brief introduction or abstract that they just showed. They telling you what's going on. That's what the hypothesis is. Now, genetic data that you use to verify it, that's sketchy because of how old it is. But if they can come up and show some type of genetic data, that'll be the checkmate that you need. Yeah, and I guess Sean's saying that he may have that.
I'm pretty sure you know, they do those type of works, and I don't think he would be speaking like he had something he ain't got. I'm just saying you
Right.
can come show us. I mean, you know.
Yeah, but the
Now, what I'm
genetic
supposed
data
to
gonna
do?
still
Shit.
show that. I think that's what they were saying too. That they may have come. If I'm not mistaken, I thought that that's what Sean Hill was saying. That instead of them coming from Africa, that they came from the Pacific. And you know, those are still African types. You know what I'm saying? So Van Serter, in my opinion, when they said that, Van Serter could have been right. They just came from the Pacific, but they still stayed in the equatorial zone and still maintain African features. Like, what are we doing? Like, this stuff is real simple.
Right. What we have to understand is that the term Melanesian implies African descent. That is why they
Correct.
call it Melanesian. That is what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, Felicia.
Simple as that. That is what Melanesian means.
All these terms, man, cause confusion if people are not really a student like how this works. I noticed that.
But Joe, who is challenging is going back to the source that we presented about 2 hours ago. So there's no need to argue. He doesn't understand what Melanesian, Polynesian.
Wait, what you mean? Because I ain't even listening. My bad. What you mean? What happened?
I said the individual who you're referring to that was trying to challenge you brought up the same source that we were just reviewing to make the point. So we understand that individual wasn't paying attention because we did that about 2 to 3 hours ago. So there's no argument about him agreeing with us. He's just talking because he wants attention.
I mean, you know, he did some research on it, and he don't want nobody probably saying that person was a black person. I'm not mad at that. I mean, but
yo, ain't here. Is that the same Sean that be with Wu Zhao?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's all coming together.
Yeah.
I wanted to read this.
Still mad at the Riparian Wars and shit.
It all
You
makes
feel
sense.
me? Yeah. I just kick back and watch YouTube, Pan African James. Feel me?
Smash, to build on what you said about the Pleistocene.
Word.
I wanted to read this real quick. The Pleistocene and Holocene are the geographical, of course, we're talking about ice age, geographical epochs that are separated by significant climatic event that mark the end of the Pleistocene and the beginning of the Holocene. Pleistocene, this epoch lasted from 2.6 million years ago to 11,700 years ago, and was characterized by long glacial cycles and milder interglacial periods. The Pleistocene.
Man, hold on, man. I'm not about to act like I asked about this.
No, you mentioned it in your last reading. Not that you asked about it, but you don't want me to read it, I won't read it.
I'm just saying, we just go ahead.
No, it's cool.
No, I just was like, I thought you said I asked about it. Then I was like, did I ask about this?
No,
Go ahead, continue.
I wanted to build on what you
Yeah,
had
we
mentioned.
learned it now, so continue.
All right, so this epoch lasted from 2.6 million years ago to 11,700 years ago, and was characterized by the long glacial cycles and milder interglacial periods. The Pleistocene saw the evolution of hominids, including the appearance of anatomically modern human man around 100,000 years ago. The end of the Pleistocene is also marked by the extinction of many large animals, including mammoths, mastodons, and saber-toothed tigers. Holocene. This epoch began 11,700 years ago and is the current interglacial period. The transition from the Pleistocene to the Holocene was marked by the rapid warming period of the disappearance of continental glaciers. The Holocene is the chronological framework from the human history, and archaeologists use it to trace the development of early civilizations. That's all I was going to add. And it lines up with the 11,000, 11 to 18,000 years ago when these groups of peoples started peopling the Americas, North and South. I don't know if that, but I thought it would.
So, okay. Shout out for that. Where y'all at? Y'all quiet.
Yeah, boy. We like. What is there left to say?
Oh, I mean, I ain't even like I said. They gotta argue that with FBA and
Smash. We went from
eyeballs. When they tried to argue Kemet, they trying to catch me outside on some other shit. They already know what it was. You feel me?
Yeah,
Like that's like getting served on the hoop court and trying to find me at the baseball. Let me see if I can get him in soccer. I teach Black Asian. You want to debunk that? Show up. Do I gotta come on the camera? Like, don't get that twisted. When I say Black City, I'm talking about Kemet.
Well, we know that. But you know,
yeah, but this fragmentation, man, we got to really address this in a proper way, from my perspective. Like all of these new terms that we just seen came out in the last 3, 4, 5 years, man. I mean, it's disturbing because so now that some people are identifying with FBA, now all of a sudden they got a problem with Fat Joe saying what he been saying for the last 20, 30 years. See, that's what I'm tripping on because
that wasn't the problem though.
It was because it seemed like that's what they made out of a problem, him using that word.
He attacked them and then used that word at the wrong time.
Okay, so you saying that's different. Well, see, I mean, see, even him using the word at all has always been a problem for me.
Right, but that is not what.
I mean, so I'm just saying the cat's out the bag. And saying like if they trying to justify, I don't know. It just seemed weird.
What made them attack him was he was on Matt Hoffa.
Well, yeah, we seen all that, Joey. Hold on, I seen that. I understand why they doing it, but what I'm confused about is they've been letting Puerto Ricans say this for a while, and see, if you've been on the planet long as I have, this all is a new phenomenon. Like now in Texas, we have Mexicans saying it today. But when I was coming up, that was the word that nobody couldn't say but us. But hip hop has gave people a window into how we interact amongst each other. And now they've taken it amongst themselves to think that they can do the same thing we can do. Now it's a cultural thing, right? We were just expressing ourselves culturally, how we really do amongst each other. But now they've taken our culture and made it their own, and they're off inside of our culture. So they think that it's okay for them to say some things that we say, and that's how I see it right now. You know, like what do y'all think about that?
Well, James, are you saying that sometimes you're going to let the people in the culture and they can use the language until they use the language in a way that you don't like, and then you're going to go get them?
Well, I don't think that we never, from the intent of hip hop, I don't think we ever looked at it or thought that would happen. You know what I'm saying? We never would do, you can't see, the future. So we were just really just expressing ourselves in our rarest form through hip hop. And that was a word that we've used, and y'all used it in the 70s. So we didn't just learn this word. Y'all started using that word as a term of endearment before we even picked it up in hip hop. So hip hop allowed it to be seen through the masses in its rawest form. And I remember it being popular. I mean, once NWA came out with that group said that, and Eazy-E said, wouldn't you like to be a two? That was so devastating. I'm telling you, when he said at the end of that song, that made everybody outside of us want to be that.
Yeah, I wasn't in the 70s.
That's just my own perspective. I'm just talking from my memory. And I want somebody else to chime in on this, but that's what I
see. Well, here's the thing. I'll chime in real quick.
I want you to retract when you said y'all did that in the 70s.
Yeah, y'all did. Don't be trying to act like that. What happened,
Richard Pryor.
Y'all was embracing that.
You weren't even born. You weren't even born.
Hold up.
We wasn't born, but we got
1969. I was born in 69.
Oh, okay. So you heard us saying that. No, you didn't.
Yeah. So don't be trying to act like I wasn't
Black and
there.
proud, bro.
I know exactly what was.
Black
But
and
hold
proud.
on, I'm blowing in the Black and Proud Pan African movement. I'm a baby of that.
Okay.
The Panthers and all of that.
But
But what I'm saying is, I seen the indoctrination through the Superflies. I seen when it happened.
But
I was too young to do anything about it, and you were too young to understand it. Probably to understand it and try to. A lot of us was trying to fight against that. Even when the movie Colors came out, we had people saying, "Hey, don't put that out because that's going to do more harm than good."
Quick question, because I agree with you, but then I always want to give you another outlet to look at it, because I think that you gave us two, California, like I would. So like when I think of hip hop, I think of more of the origin of it. I think of more or less like I remember Beat Street. You know what I'm saying? And the cardboard box and breaking, and you know what I'm saying, like that essence of it more before of the, because I think of the NWA as more of a not drill but hardcore. I don't know if I would consider NWA hip hop.
No, see, that's where you're gonna be. Hold on. Let me do this real quick, because y'all, a lot of y'all are a lot younger, and y'all wasn't really around. But gangster rap didn't even really start with NWA. The first gangster rap album, if you want to do that, is you're gonna say Criminal Minded. Go look at the album cover of Criminal Minded, and you will see grenades, guns, bullets, and all kinds of stuff. And the stuff that they said on the album was just like anything that the same thing as NWA.
No, that's East Coast. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hold on. Cool. What's the name? Not Kumo D. I just had. He's from Philadelphia.
You talking about Schoolie D?
And matter of fact, Schoolie D locked up now for murder. He been gone.
You talking about Schoolie D with PSK? That was before. That's also before anything on the West Coast. But see, if you want to do the chronology on that, you got Ice-T with 6 in the morning, and then NWA. So this particular style of hip hop is birthed in the East Coast, and then but it just doesn't take off like the West Coast did. Yep. And I mean, a lot of people got jealous because the West Coast did it a lot better as far
No, it's not about jealousy. Hold on, let me speak.
I got lost. What y'all talking about,
right there.
Hold on.
What is y'all talking about? Just tell me the subject. What's the subject?
We just jumped into hip hop right now, man.
So here's the thing. The West Coast, right, didn't start gangster criminology on record, right? But what they did bring that they did bring was the words of niggas, bitches, hoes.
Excuse my interruption. Schoolie D is usually credited.
You ain't gotta say them all, though. You ain't gotta say them all.
Yeah. Word.
I'm sorry. They brought the N, the B's, and the H.
But look.
All in hip hop. They the one. Hold on. I'm not done. So what I'm saying is, because if you listen to all those East Coast rappers in the beginning, they never used
curse words
on a regular in each song. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Slick Rick say something 1 or 2 like that, but majority of them never used those words. And then when they heard the West Coast, then that's when we start hearing the Wu-Tang Clan saying these, the Biggies, the Nas. Even Nas was conscious, but he was using those words. So they're So that I land my plane, but I'm just saying that when they use those type of words, East Coast rapper wasn't even using those words. They wasn't even on those.
That's why we brought up Schoolie D and KRS-One. Like you got the girlies are free, but the crack costs money. Those. But
where's the B's? They don't use the B's. They don't use the N.
Go listen to Criminal Minded, bro. That's what you need.
He said the P. They said the P
at first. He right. I don't think.
Yeah, but I'm talking about by the time KRS-One came out.
And what he say? What did KRS-One say? What did he say?
I can't say it on here, but I'm just telling you. Go listen to the album.
He said,
go listen to Scott. Go listen.
I'll tell you what he said.
Hold on,
listen. You don't want to say.
Go listen to
oh no, okay. I don't even want to talk about.
Go listen to Superho by KRS-One
Yeah,
on the
okay, but he didn't. I get you. I give you that.
Please,
He used
bro.
the word hoe. I know the super
But
hoe.
no,
Yeah,
I know
y'all
that.
go listen to what he's talking
Even
about
though,
in that song.
But even though whatever, I never had said nothing like that in my career. But I wrote my first rap album, I was 16, 17.
Right.
I got signed, I was 17. So think about when I wrote the content, 15, 16. So we got to be thinking about, I ain't saying that's the same for other people too, but you can look at my history. I got signed in 1992. I was still in high school. All right, 93, you know, just out of high school.
But you agree with me that the West Coast incorporate the N word and the B word, especially the B word.
I wasn't saying that for that
majority.
point. I was saying that for the point that he said, listen to KRS. I just was like, hold on. Some of that stuff people wrote when they was underage.
Yeah, I'm not tripping on what because after when Scott got killed, look what he did. He changed the whole thing up and became the teacher. So you know, Scott's murder was real influential in how he changed up what he did, and you can't do nothing but respect that. But at the same time, who is that that was speaking? You got to think, man. Luke was saying all the derogatory bounce music in '86, bro.
Okay,
he was saying he was using all those B words and all that
everybody
too.
in the chat who got something popping say they're gonna go someplace else and settle the matter. Feel me? Like Sean, you could have came on the show and made sure your information was in front of all the people for the fact that we want the right knowledge to be out there. Now this person certified, saying it was an aunt in Mexico, but he said he gonna go post it on his community page instead of just hitting the link. So that's kind of like, we gotta get a name for that, man. That's something else happening.
Okay, now G LaCon, so how do you if you want to put those B's and N's on what you call it from a chronological perspective, what do you think about Luke when they was talking about Pop That P and Doodoo Brown and all of those words that came out in '86?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I'm all right. They can have that, but I'm saying the ends and the crew like. True Crew didn't use the beat. No, they didn't use the beat. Hold on. They didn't use the beat in their song.
Who?
West Coast brought the beats in their song.
So hold up. The type of music that Two Live Crew, no matter what type of words they was using.
Now you saying I'm talking about words. You talking about two different things.
Over NWA.
I'm saying they didn't use.
Two Live Crew is the reason why we have the parental advisory on albums. They're the reason why we have.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to give them some.
I'm saying the word.
I know they're
really
young.
Who brought what?
They don't be understanding how this really breaks down.
I'm pretty young too. I'm only 35, but I just
I know
my history of hip hop.
How it break down.
At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because no matter what coast you're from, you only rapping about your experience, whether it's a first-hand experience or a second-hand of what you're witnessing. You may not have been the one doing any of that, but that's what you experienced in your environment. And you only just rapping about that.
But what I'm saying is, right, maybe that is true, but what I'm saying is most of our artists was on the East Coast was a lot conscious of putting those words in our rap. You know what I'm saying? Like Rakim was known for not cussing in majority of the shit. I mean, the majority of his song. You know what I'm saying? They would constantly know what they were putting out. The West Coast had no filter because they had a Jay, a small hat, who was managing NWA. NWA. Hold on, let me get my thing out. Let me get my thing out. NWA was the counteract of a Public Enemy. They dress like Public Enemy. They dress like Public Enemy.
They trying to stop you, but I just want to ask you: do you saying conspiracy theory right now, or are you saying it was a natural counteract?
I really think it was a conspiracy to put this stuff in it. Just like like the black exploitation in the 70s.
You don't know
what I'm saying? They were
Check this out. The first hold on. The first person on the West Coast to popularize the B word was Too Short.
Okay.
Is it a conspiracy to make us use the N word all the time like we be using it?
I think it is. I think it's part of it.
I don't think
also,
so.
But it's also the evolution. Pan African James was talking about that they brought out in the 70s. It was when Superfly came out, and you got to consider the artists. You got to consider the artist, Curtis Mayfield, whose career started with the Impressions, and they were singing almost gospel type songs, love songs, and they was pushing the civil rights. Will Wither, moving on positive messages, and everybody wanted to be positive and be part of that. But with the advent of Superfly and that album that actually helped make that movie what it was, when those lyrics, I'm your mom, I'm your daddy, blah, and Valley, that was the first time that I remember that it was utilized out popular culture, and the brothers who had formerly wanted to be on the positive tip went from being militant and raising up the community to wanting to be pimps and putting on platforms and that stuff. And so I remember that. And so
That's
now
deep,
I have a
brother
question
Flag.
for you guys. I have a question to you guys about the hip hop stuff. Is at this point, do you see or think? Tell me where hip hop is in its evolution. Is it on the rise or is it on the decline? The reason why I ask this is because I hear this. I like Kendrick Lamar, some of the stuff he's got, I can listen, I can hear. But I hear this beef going on. And then I hear this argument about who the number one top dude is, that guy down there.
That's always, that's hip hop.
And okay, that's different. Okay, what I'm asking you, is it going through the transition where it's on decline and then something else is getting
lyrically it's in a decline, because the golden age to me, right? It was and a lot of people think the golden age was Rakim, Big Daddy Kane, and Kool G Rap and KRS-One. I think the golden age was in the early 90s with Biggie, Nas, and you know what I'm saying, those cats, NWA. I mean, not NWA. Not NW, because NWA came out 88. And NWA came out 88, and Too Short record came out. Even though he came out 85, but he didn't start popping until 88, same year NWA came out. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Maybe Too Short brought up the B's. He started the B, whatever the case may be. But NWA took it farther than Too Short ever did, to the massive in 88. So the golden age to me is 93, 94 time period. But a lot of people like to give it to the 88, 86, 87.
Is it on the decline or is it still ascending? Is the question.
No, because you got few lyricists
I think it's just evolving like it's always done.
I agree
think
with
we
James.
might be getting back into some lyricism, because if you're going to crown Kendrick the King, I think he's more lyrical than what we've been having of late.
So but you say no. You can't just name Kendrick. Name 4 other people.
I can't.
Well, I'm just talking about how hip hop has always been. It's based on who the leading person is going to dictate.
No, that's not how it works. No, you can't have one great lyricist.
To me.
You can't have one great.
I think the argument is a little complex when we break it down like that, because there's a whole movement of hip hop that's just not on the radio. So we talking about mainstream or in general, because hip hop is so big that you get.
Go on, so keep going.
Hip hop is so big.
My bad.
Oh, my bad.
My bad. Go ahead.
Hip hop is so big that you're not going to find most of the lyricists on the radio. You're not going to find some of these artists that have more of a conscious content. So we have to get out of the mindset that it's either in the decline or still rising, because it just is at this. It's the dominant culture right now, and it's just so big that it's so many subgenres that you can just pick your poison on however you feeling that day.
So you
like listening
to answer his question, is declining. It's not
anybody that's outside of that age group, right?
Say that?
You're saying anybody that's not in that age group, that's not involved, that can't have access to this other music that you're talking about, that's not on the air. The people that's not have access to that, don't go to those places or surrounded, they're not part of the culture. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm
No,
saying, the culture has evolved to a point that it's ubiquitous now. Anybody can access it because of the internet. And then a lot of the people that you will listen to that might be, whatever your fancy is, you're not going to find them on the radio.
Does
We
it
know
have?
that there's an industry that push certain artists on the radio, but those same artists that get pushed on the radio, they're seeing poor record sales and they're seeing poor, tour ticket sales. So it doesn't even really matter anymore what's on the radio, especially if most of the people aren't listening to the radio. Most of the new music I
I'm
hear,
not
I
listening to the radio.
discover. Most of the new music that I hear that I'm into, I might discover on YouTube or something like that.
Right,
Or I
right.
might
Yep.
hear.
I know I'm throwing this
Yeah,
off,
hold
but
on,
this
man.
guy
Go on
from the
and break
comments,
this shit down. I gotta see this.
yeah, the guy from the comments but I couldn't find any better credible source than this. I'm sorry, but would y'all say that that's an ankh in the pyramid, or what would y'all say?
No.
Kind of look like it.
It kind of look like a.
Yeah, I says on. How many sides? How many sides does the
Huh?
have? Is a four-sided pyramidal shape? Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, y'all must agree with dude. It says pyramid alive with the Egyptian sign on cross temple.
Now, I don't know how authentic it is.
I mean,
But-
I'm just looking at this for the first time. Again, people gonna be like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
I don't think
Smash
that's
said
real.
it
I
was
don't
an
think
ankh."
that's. Yeah, I don't think that's real.
Well, this ain't the most type of source I would use normally, but I was trying to look up what dude told me to look up.
But you can tell us is that you are the authority that can tell us a smash if that's an ankh because you know what the symbol actually was originally meant.
Well, let me ask y'all something we all know.
Yeah.
Where is it an ankh laid out in front of a pyramid in Kemet?
No,
It's
I
not.
don't know of. It's just a bunch of
They're,
inscriptions with it.
they're inside the pyramids. The ankhs are inside it on the walls, on the ceilings. I don't know about it being
I
outside.
never seen no stone thing. That's just
Yeah.
my limited knowledge. I never seen no stone thing like that. But I just wanted to share what the brother asked me to share, and y'all can continue. My bad. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I wonder, but okay, did you get a date on that smash? Like, what was the date they were trying to give?
I just nope, I didn't. I'm sorry.
See,
I
that's
can
what we
probably
need
pull
to
it back
know.
up.
That might be in the 16. I mean, or like something
that might have been built
recent.
yesterday.
Yeah,
Maybe in like the last 300 years or something.
probably so. I mean, it's in the
Because
8.
you seen it, those was bricks they was putting down. So I don't know what they got going on.
They've been showing that for years and years and making that connection. When the whole thing about Van Sertima's, when people building on Van Sertima's like in the 70s, that came out and discussed it. People projected onto it that's a pyramid. I couldn't say with any kind of authority that anybody's saying that that's a pyramid.
Wait a minute. Somebody said something that made somebody say, "What about the Souls of Mystery?" So y'all was saying wasn't no bars coming. What y'all say that about
Yeah,
the
no,
West Coast?
I was saying the golden age was around your time. But a lot of people say it was around Rakim and Kane and whatchamacallit and Kool G Rap.
Man,
I said, nah, the golden age to me, because it was lyricists popping right and left,
Man,
was
let
around
me-
your time, your
Hold up.
time frame, and and Biggie and them. You dig?
Well,
So
Check
the
this
90s,
out,
early
man. Hold on,
90s.
watch this, man. This is how crazy this is. Now, when y'all came out with the Souls of Mystery, and y'all came out with what you were calling like a more East Coast style of hip hop, on the meantime, on the East Coast, they trying to mimic the NWA. Am I
Name 'em.
tripping?
Name. Yeah, I
Biggie-
mean, no,
Biggie come out.
they
Hold on.
they would. Okay.
No, I don't.
Wu-Tang, all of that
That
type of
wasn't-
more aggressive type of music started coming. But
Nah,
but,
that's-
but
you're wrong.
meanwhile on the West Coast,
that
I think-
Wu-Tang don't
no,
got
I
nothing to
don't.
do with
meanwhile
NWA.
Smash them
Let
is
me answer
mimicking
that.
the
Let me-
origins
no,
of the
let-
hip hop, while the East Coast is trying to mimic what's really cracking on the West
No,
Coast.
they weren't.
No,
That's
no.
what
Here's
was
the
going
real
on.
quick.
See how
So-
No. Wait.
Smash-
I got the answer for that. No, there wasn't a
Okay.
mimicking at all. It was people just rapping about the experience. Because if you go back and listen to, Smash's first album, Casual, he wasn't sounding West Coast. I mean, he wasn't sounding East Coast or nothing like that to me. He sounded just like a brother, that's well spoken, that has just I guess a higher understanding that's giving you. No, but he gave you his experience of being on the West Coast. Like he had one song, if I remember, he was talking about either going to a party or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. I ain't heard the album in so long, but his whole experience, like he gave his experiences. That's what his album sounded like to me. His experience of whatever age he was growing up in the Bay Area. So it wasn't like, and just because it may have given you that same feel, it's because he might have had a similar experience, but just with that flavor of the West Coast on it. And I talk about that all.
And for the East Coast, rappers like Wu-Tang Clan, Nas' second album, Nas' first album was more about what he was experiencing in his hood, in his neighborhood, and he was writing letters to his friend that was locked up. But on the second album, he was mimicking Italian gangsters. A lot of those East Coast niggas were trying to be Italian gangster, talking about Escobars, Cabina, all those they were using.
The reason why was because of the impact of Only Built for Cuban Links, and I think that's only.
What you mean? Hold on, say that again. They were what?
Due to the, I think because of the impact. No, Only Built for Cuban Links was 95, 94, 95.
No.
Cuban Links
started that. The influence of Scarface.
Only Built for Cuban Links.
Hold on. No, it had nothing to do with. It had nothing to do with Raekwon album. Raekwon was a fan of Nas, even though Nas was younger than those guys. Those guys respect Nas and say put Nas as one or two of the all-time great list. Even Raekwon.
I hear what you're saying, but
hold on, let me speak. What year that came out, homie?
I want to say maybe 95.
No,
but Only Built.
Go check.
Only
but what I'm saying
Cuban
is.
Links. Only Built for Cuban Links is what ushered in that whole mafioso type of rap, and everybody started doing it after that.
All right, we're gonna look that up.
Okay, I want to just tell you guys, I really appreciate the time I got to spend with you guys. I learned a lot, and I really respect the way you guys interact with one another. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of it.
And thanks for coming on. Yeah. We always appreciate you.
I will make a donation, but on the Zoom, I didn't want to go on the other thing, but I'll double up next time.
Appreciate you, man.
Much respect. I love Hotel.
All right, peace, brother Flag.
Peace.
But here's
Only
the thing,
Built for
right?
Cuban Links come out August 95.
Of 95. But then you have to also you also got to take account that when Kool G Rap was rapping, he was rapping like that mafioso way before Only Built for Cuban Links, though.
All right, let's answer some real quick though, and I'm gonna get ready to close down soon.
I just said that it popularized it.
It's getting long, but let's
you
answer.
Had Fat Joe's Don Cortain. My bad.
No, you go ahead. I was trying to go ahead. What you say?
No, my bad. Because after that, after Only Built for Cuban Links, it popularized it. Because after that, you got Fat Joe's Don Cortain, where he's doing the same mafioso type of rap style. You also got Nas coming together with AZ, Foxy Brown, and them to do the Firm album, and it just became a thing after that.
You know what I'm saying?
I want to ask a series of questions about hip hop without us expounding. Just yes or we're gonna play yes or no for hip hop though. And maybe some of these questions might jam you up a bit or whatever, but I'm just gonna throw it out. And only one person gotta answer each question. I mean, like that. I'm gonna ask just on the series of what you know. Is Fat Joe dope?
Is he the GOAT?
I said dope.
No.
What does that mean?
Well, he already answered.
Like is he a see on?
You already answered.
Dope.
Like,
is he dope?
I just asked the question. Dope. I said, is Fat Joe dope?
Nah. He was just like
I never heard
Big Pun Butler or something. At one point,
you know how you hear these certain phrases used for certain rappers? Have you ever heard dope used for Fat Joe?
No, I never heard somebody call him dope. But I know what dope means. But I never heard somebody say that.
Pun was dope. Pun was rawer than dope.
Say that again?
Sorry, say Pun was dope.
Big Pun
was dope?
He was decent.
Pump was decent. You crazy? Pump was nice. What you
No,
mean?
wait. Asar M. I messed that up. Asar M. say Fat Joe was dope.
Yeah, Fat Joe. I agree with Sarn. I think Fat Joe was dope.
Okay.
I think he's
What
good
you
at making
mean, dope?
songs.
See, I don't want us to
Like
expound too much.
Go
That's
back
my
and
whole
listen to
thing.
He said,
Dr.
"Don't
Tanya
expound."
album.
I said, "No."
Okay.
That's my answer.
No, he wasn't
If
dope.
Fat Joe is dope, then what is Big Pun?
Nice.
Big Pun.
That nigga-
Pun
Super
was
nice.
excellent.
Excellent. That dude was like,
All right, well, I got
yeah.
another question though. Yes or no? I ain't even tripping off nothing y'all doing. Did Puerto Ricans start hip hop?
No.
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 Y'all didn't even have to expound. Nobody didn't even want to expound. All right, now, come on now. Let me ask. All right, I'm doing too much. No, because this is kind of good the way y'all knocking it down. Was blacks in the Americas before Europeans?
No.
Yes.
Oh, we got a no
No.
and a
So
yes.
far, we
Okay.
don't know. We can't say for sure.
Okay. Well, one of us said no, one of us said yes. We ain't debating right now. I'm gonna ask somebody to tie break. Who want to tie break that?
I'll do it.
Or was blacks in America before
I already
Europeans?
answered it.
I
I
thought you
would
was gonna
say
tie break it.
yes.
You say yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all say yes, blacks was in America before the Europeans. Okay, I got another one for y'all. All right, now I ain't gonna keep running it on. I'm just trying to get us to deliberate some stuff before the show opens. Is there a need for a title like FBA? Yes or no?
No.
Nobody
No.
objects.
I would say no.
Yeah,
No.
we know across. Okay, then
Say that again. What you say?
I said, is there a need for a term like FBA?
No.
Okay, I mean, I'm keeping it real because we ain't expounding right now, and I'm accepting all answers. I'm gonna try to keep them hot though. Is Christianity a problem for black people?
Yes.
Damn, y'all said that off the top. Y'all both say Christianity is a problem for black people? All right, we ain't gonna expound on that.
Yes.
All right, I didn't ask enough. Thank y'all for participating in that. That gave some clarity to a lot of. Wait, because some other stuff they gonna try to mess up about what we did with the show, right? So do y'all think? Now I want to ask y'all from what y'all seeing on the show, everything we talked about.
You hit. If he's not with you, you hit that off.
What
Hey, mute
happened?
out.
Yeah.
You got to mute out.
Oh,
Then you go
okay.
to
No, G. Lacan,
And,
you talking to somebody else.
Yeah, mute
David.
out.
I'm muting. You got to mute him, James, because I ain't the host.
Oh yeah, my bad. I thought you were the host, so I got it.
All right,
Okay,
and
go ahead.
one other thing, just so the show have more clarity. Do black people need reparations?
Yes.
Definitely no.
Why?
Oh, dang. So he said yes and no. All right, can we, because we ain't gonna debate right now, can we get a person to tie break?
Yeah, we need our money. So yeah, I break. We need all ours. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm not. That didn't got nothing to go into what I think about us me having that conversation. Go ahead.
Here go a question. All right, I'm gonna end it with this one. Do Fat Joe owe the people an apology?
Yes.
Yes.
And this is my last question. If Fat Joe issued an apology, would you accept it?
Yes.
And keep it moving. Yeah.
Everybody make mistakes.
Hold
Everybody
on,
make
Smash.
mistakes.
Neil want to come in. I guess he might have
Oh,
something to
okay,
say.
yeah, go ahead. I didn't even see no. I mean, I ain't even looking. What's
Yeah,
up,
I'm just
Neil?
saying,
I
Neil
ain't about to
just
end right now. We're gonna end in probably 15 minutes, 20 minutes. What's up, Neil?
What up, family? Hey, everybody.
What's going on with you, fam?
All right, I'm trying to use all my powers, calling on Amin Ra to get Smash on the Cam show so him and Cam can get it in. We had Yuckmouth on there last night, but go ahead, Smash.
Yes.
I'm just talking.
Yes.
Cam
Hey,
was
I
on
was on this.
on Cam
I
show
was listening
last
to
night?
it.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I was listening to him yesterday. I was listening to Cam yesterday,
Yeah.
and I was thinking. I don't know why I didn't break it. I was going to ask Smash.
Man,
does
come
he
on.
know Cam? I was going to ask him, do you know Cam?
I think we met before, but we ain't got no deep running history. But
Wait a minute, hold up. You talking about the Muslim Cam?
Yeah, him and
no,
hell
hell
no.
no.
Yeah,
The one
I
who put
thought you were
hands.
talking about Candy verse.
No. The
Hell
Cam, the
no,
one
we
who
not
put, the one who put,
man. Don't
the
do
one
it.
who put hands on Ice Cube
Ice
way back
Cube,
in the
yeah,
day.
yeah.
Man, he ain't did nothing to Ice Cube.
Yeah, you ain't
Man,
even
he
got to
put some
mention that.
hands
But
on
what
Ice
happened?
Cube, boy.
Huh?
We don't even know if that's fact, so you don't want to.
Yeah, we don't want to put that out there. But him and Paris from up north. Remember Paris?
Do I remember Paris? Yeah,
No, I know
Paris.
she do Smash. So Paris and Cam got a few what is that word called when you can come together? They got a few songs they done. Collaborations, yeah. That was on West Coast.
When do we host the show?
Huh?
First, let me ask you a few questions. You said we trying to get you. Who is we?
No, I say me. I was friend Amin Ra. I was saying I want Cam because Cam, he Nation Islam. And
don't go over the Smash.
I
already
won't
went
smash.
over there.
Look,
I'm telling you, hold up,
let me
Neil.
finish. Let me finish.
I already went over there, bro.
I know you know. Okay, so watch this. So Yuckmouth was on there last night, and he was keeping it a buck about the Bay and politics and Key Swahili and this and that. And Cam is coming with that Nation. But I know with Smash being just as big, if not bigger, starting Cam, if we can get on a mutual platform and debate that, I know, and then we can teach our people.
Okay.
Wait, debate what?
Do not go.
I'm gonna
tell you.
Do not go over there on.
Are you trying to set me? You was a setup, huh?
No, you ain't looking.
No, listen, man. Don't go over there. I'm gonna tell you what he gonna do.
Yeah, I'm
gonna mute you.
That's
he gonna
right.
do all
That's
kind
right.
of wild stuff.
I don't
bro.
want. I said that
So
backwards.
when Neil said on a mutual platform,
yes.
now I understand what you're talking
that's
about.
what I'm talking. So we can get it in.
By any means, do not go over on his platform.
No, at all.
He's gonna do some wild stuff because he did it to me, bro.
Yeah, he mute you out, then he's talking. You right. That's real.
Don't be doing that, bro.
Hell no. We need a mutual platform for
But
the people.
I want to smash it, but then I was like,
I don't understand. Like, what do y'all want me to talk to him?
We come over there and we kind of talk the Diop talk, or we talk, out of Africa thing. He comes with that Nation Islam, like East Asia, the black man, and then he settled in Africa. His hair got woolly. That nation,
Now, hold on. No. That's not fair. Because yesterday I heard him. He was talking about, we came from Africa. Cam was saying that. So
no, he was saying some of us. He's saying not the original black man, though. He's saying the original black man manifested in triple stage darkness and somewhere in India.
Let me deal with this. Y'all know that he is giving you his theological teachings, though, right?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's just like prove I got everybody with theology is the same fight.
Yeah, but we already smashed on Kemet versus Egypt when you came to New York and smashed. I mean, Kemet versus the Hebrews.
Well, in defense of something.
Hey,
let me
tell you,
I'm telling you, man, don't even waste your time. I already did it for you. I clicked the button. Neil might didn't see me on there. I clicked the button one night.
Okay.
And it was a damn disaster.
Yeah, he ain't gonna
because he was on that line.
That's why we need a mutual mic. We need a mutual mic. We need Sonetta or somebody, a mutual mic.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's indoctrinated with Islam to the fullest. And it was something that he said. He said he was talking about some Hebrews. He said if it wasn't for the Nation of Islam, the Hebrews wouldn't even exist. And I was telling him that the Hebrews predate the Nation of Islam.
Yes.
He didn't even know that.
And he come with that old talk about how
I'm telling you, bro, you do not want to go over there talking.
Not over there, but on side.
Well, shout out to Cam anyway for what he's doing and what he's trying to do. I would love to build with him anyway, just because he's a brother from the West Coast and we didn't have. I ain't highly disagreeable, but if now I would have questions.
Man,
I'd love to see that.
African, bro. He ain't even black. I'm telling you.
Hey, Pan. I would love to see it on a
I
side.
I can see you. Oh, I thought you were talking. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I don't think Smash would enjoy that.
Okay,
right.
It's but wait a minute, Smash got at the Hebrews something way energetically positive back when they was Kemet on trial.
Well,
he came in and put the cherry on Tizak. Go ahead, Smash.
The energy was that energy at that moment. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's what it was. It was Kemet on trial.
Yeah.
I ain't got we talk about and when people mount their arguments against anything that we saying, then it could be what it be. But I don't necessarily go out and looking to engage with people
Oh yeah, battle
about what
rap
they
like
spitting on
yeah,
their pages unless they
okay.
just all the way in the way.
Yeah,
You know, they could
Yeah,
be
that's why I
birthday
had
could be
to
kind
follow
of
back.
wrong and could put together a real strong military force.
Oh wow.
Would that be useful?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right,
You
Cam.
know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
you're right, Smash. Yep.
Hey,
I
Smash.
messed
So,
with Cam because he was dealing with the Fat Joe question yesterday. That's what he was dealing with.
that's what I was on. So you know, I'm a hip hop fanatic, right? So the Amara, whatever show, I forgot what it's called, Skeptic, whatever, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Every time I see Ankh on, I don't really click on his shit until until it's been like 3-4 months now. But when he had that Joe thing, you know, I got on the panel, right? But the first thing he was doing, right? Because I was explaining to him about what the Caribbeans, right, was saying, that they were saying Tosin came from the Jamaican and then Black Americans, right? They use that to create hip hop, and I said that's not true, right? So I was on there while people like Geechee, I guess he got, you know, he's part Caribbean, something like that, and African American. I'm African. I'm from Liberia, right? But I understand where hip hop started from, right? So he was jumping on my neck saying, "No, you wrong. We should mute him. We got." And Ankh was like, "Yo, how can I believe you while you over there talking about Egypt was a black land?" He was
Wow,
attacking.
yeah.
No, I said, listen. I said, look, you know you known for saying source up or shut up. I'm telling you, they're so-called hip hop pioneer say he got his boombox or whatever speakers, the way he talk, and the music he listened to came from African American. He was a big fan of James Brown. He didn't bring no type of Jamaican sound into those parts and stuff. They were beating me up, and finally I just looked it up, and I was right.
Yeah.
Africa. I mean, Kool Herc said he said when he was 11 he couldn't go in Jamaica and listen to the tossing thing because he was too young. He said even when I was in Jamaica, I was listening to James Brown. The article say. He said when I came to America, that's what when we went to the park, we were breaking off with mostly James Brown songs.
Yeah,
so,
you're right. You're right, G.
Yeah.
LeCon.
So
hey, G. LeCon,
So,
wait. G. LeCon, answer this though. Because hip hop is more than one, it's 5 elements to hip hop. Do you know all 5?
Breakdancing, graffiti. Come on, man.
No, the reason I say that, let me say
I
why
almost popped on the screen, man.
Let me say why I say that. Because break dancing, if you look at some of the African tribe head spins, windmill, they was doing that in Africa.
Yeah, but hold on. But what I'm saying is, right, is breakdance is not the only type of dancing in hip hop.
It's not. You're right.
There's
the
WAP. There's all different styles.
Yeah. But they can say they just contributed. They can say they significantly.
But they're not the creator. They're not the creator of hip hop.
No, not in totality. But in totality, we took some of their ways of spinning on our head,
like what?
Windmilling. I'm talking about the Africans, like indigenous tribes. When you watch some of those dances to the drum, they do flips, they do windmills, they do backspin, they do all that stuff that we do on dirt.
All right.
Damn, you can say all that, but I'm saying that the creation started from, I think, I mean, yeah, we got a little, I mean, you know, we got, you know, look, we come on, man, it's low influence, but that's the African American.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, but
all right, let me ask y'all a question. How many of the elements of hip hop can hip hop be missing and still be hip hop then?
Oh,
we could get rid of the breakdancing.
Thank you.
What?
We don't need a breakdancing no more.
You can't do that. So you can't do that. There's too many movies.
Yo, hold on.
You trying to tell me you be seeing stuff and people break dance every time you see hip hop?
Break dance,
but
just
you
like
don't see
the
that.
WAP.
Nope.
just like the Running Man. It was just a fad that
Time
went
after
in, just like
period,
the
at the
Jerry
timepiece of
curl.
They
yeah.
still break
It's just a
dance
part
today
of
in the video. They still break that pop lock hit.
Name artists that bring breakdance in the video.
You
Name
can
them.
go look at Kendrick Lamar. They not like us. They on the stage doing their little win whatever and stuff. You know, like pop lock and all that.
Well, pop
Hey,
locking
y'all,
is
y'all
more of a
remember
West
when?
Coast
Y'all
thing.
remember
You
when?
know that, Neil, right?
Yeah,
Y'all
yes,
remember
but it's
that?
still an element.
Well,
So
but
if you
that's
don't
why
got
that's why
graffiti,
he incorporated that popping into, because that's the West Coast style of what people was doing, kicking and popping and
I
stuff
don't know.
like that.
Well, wait a minute. Locking
Like,
though was East
yeah,
Coast.
all
Yeah.
well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that's all African dance that
Yes,
we
that's
created.
what I'm
No
trying
matter,
to
no,
yes.
but for just like scratching, we was talking about that. Scratching is a lost element to me. Where you know, I used to love to hear somebody cut up a record.
Yes, real.
You know?
You're right.
So, but that's
So,
not
so
no
see,
a
this is the
prominent
issue.
thing
This
in
is the
hip hop.
problem,
So
right?
just like
This
Smash
is the
just
whole.
asked,
This is the whole problem right here. Because I could say Caribbean got a culture, right? Right? They got their own music, all that, right? Certain African got their culture. But once you start saying something that's unique to African American, there's an issue and problem. Yes, we all express it in different type of way. What they create in America is theirs. Ain't no damn African was doing nah, nigga. That's their stuff. And you guys got to take pride in what you guys created. You can't be saying, "Oh yeah, we got inspired by our ancestors 400, 500 years." No,
I
that
think
don't make
so.
no
I
damn
think that
sense.
makes me
Nah,
proud
you
too to
can't
say
do
my
that. I
ancestors
disagree.
was positive. I have to agree to disagree with you. I have to
well,
say that's just
hold
like
on,
in
slow
Kemet
down.
when they took the
What's the
throne.
disagreement now? I mean,
Like, okay, let me say this though, Jay. That's like in Kemet when they took the throne from thousands of years down the line. Once you got up to people like Tut, he can be like, I ain't got to listen to them way back then. I'm talking about me now. No, you got the origin and understanding from way back then.
Is blues African
we're gonna take
American?
the conversation too far. I just want to scrutinize the 5 elements a bit.
Okay.
Let's just stick with dancing. Like they didn't say dancing; they said break dancing, right?
He
Break
said
dancing.
WAP
We
too.
can take break.
Lord Jamar said the WAP too.
Okay, so
No.
Smash.
But they say
Smash. If we take
Smash
away,
saying no.
hold on,
Smash
slow down,
saying
one at a time.
Yeah, so hold on,
Smash
next question.
saying
So look, if we take away the breaking, what are we gonna replace it with? TikTok dancing?
other dances.
No, hold on,
TikTok
because
dancing?
people ain't been breaking for a long time. Like it's been a thing. You could break at every party, but that's not a. Am I tripping?
No, you're right.
Yeah,
It's
in
not
the 80s.
significant. It's still in hip hop videos all across
But it
but it's not
stopped being.
significant. Yeah.
Was break? Let me ask you a question. Was break dancing in even at the time of Rakim and them? Did Rakim
Yeah.
put
Yes.
any break dancing? Like what?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Scrap and Scooby Doo with DJ Kane. I mean,
No, he
Kane
wasn't. They
breaking.
wasn't break dancing.
Man, they was pop
No,
locking.
you had routines. That's
Yes,
what they
right.
call
That's dance.
Those are
That's not break.
routines.
That's not break dancing. There wasn't break dancing in the 80s, late
Oh,
80s,
what?
late 80s,
Well,
early
you
90s,
That's when I was
tripping.
late
in
You
LA.
80s,
tripping.
Yes, they was.
late 80s,
That's
early
when B
90s. They were
Street.
not
Late
break
Oh no,
80s, it
you're
dancing.
right.
start
You're right.
playing out.
Yeah,
It start
you're right.
playing out. In the
Yeah,
late
then
80s.
it
That's what I'm
started playing
saying.
out. I thought you meant
Yeah.
early 80s. Okay.
No. Late 80s, early 90s. They were not break dancing.
But pop locking and locking itself, the dance, still forms of them elements of the dance. Because when you do the dance, break dance is
It's
just
not.
one form of the dance. That's like rapping. You got fast
So
rappers,
look,
you
so
got
look,
slow
so
rappers.
look,
There's different elements of rapping.
what was MP Hammer doing?
Exactly.
He was not break dancing.
He was a
Yes,
part of
the fuck he
locking, though.
was.
He wasn't break dancing.
Pop locking ain't a form of breakdancing?
It is.
Peace. Are
Come
we
on,
discussing
man.
the 4 elements of hip hop?
That's like saying is mumble rap a part of rapping?
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry to say, what is discussion then?
yeah, we is talking
We're
about
all
5
over the
elements
place.
of hip hop.
We was on the 5 elements of hip hop, I thought.
I thought
it was only 4 elements.
Well, that's what we talk about. How many of them can you drop off to, and you still got hip hop?
Oh, good one.
All you need is a mic and some speakers.
No, really, you need. I mean, honestly, okay, but then you just rapping though, right? Because what about the DJ?
You don't even need DJ these days.
Well, you
No,
said
you
you
need
don't
a
need
DJ.
a DJ. Okay, let's talk about it. What you mean?
What was the element of a DJ? I mean, anybody could be a DJ with a computer.
But look, how can you have a hip hop without an
That was a
MC,
that,
a
that
master
was
of
a
the
good
ceremony?
question. Can anybody be a DJ?
You gotta have a DJ.
Yeah. Can I be a DJ if I got a computer, laptop that can play music
Yeah,
on
you
it?
talking about in modern
Well, let's just
times.
agree on the easy two real quick. We could throw out graffiti and we could throw out breakdancing. Meaning, you don't even though they were birthed and supported by hip hop, you ain't got to have them and to be called hip hop, right?
And wait a minute, let me answer that because I'm gonna say this to that right there, Smash. That's like if we was to go into the Shaolin monks temple and say, well, you can still kick a motherfucker ass with the art. You don't got to study Buddha's sayings.
Okay, well let's talk about like rappers that you probably never seen with too much graffiti, like Kanye. I don't necessarily associate him with graffiti.
You're right, never, ever.
Or
so I
what's
would
the
say
other element?
he's a
Or
rapper,
breakdancing.
but he's not hip hop. He's a rapper in
What?
hip hop.
Oh my God.
No, I would
That
say
is hip-hop.
I would say
What you
he's
talking about?
but it's not only hip hop.
rapper
That's
in
like saying,
hip-hop is
okay, watch
hip-hop.
this. That's like saying a martial artist is a Shaolin monk without the sayings because he can do the fighting.
I don't understand that theory, but
Nah,
I don't know why
just-
not.
We talking
but
about
the
these
answer is, so
elements,
you saying-
let's take the elements like elements of the earth, and you can still have the consistency of something if you dropped off a few of those elements. You feel me? We ain't
and you're
insulting
right,
breakdancing.
Yeah.
We're not insulting any of these things. We just trying to say what do you really need to have to you? It ain't hip hop no more.
And when
Wu-Tang,
Wu-Tang would go against Shaolin. So let's say this: Wu-Tang was more like the thugs in the community when you watch them old martial arts. So yeah, you could still be a Shaolin monk, a karate fighter, a part of element of the Shaolin temple with just Wu-Tang tactics, but you can't be a full complete artist of the Shaolin temple unless you got all 5 elements.
Okay, well, watch this then. How many of y'all accidentally turned on the TV and you seen like some Japanese breakdancing contest?
Oh,
where they all dressed in Adidas stuff?
No, at all, none.
You ain't never seen that before?
I heard of, not dressed like that, but I heard of them getting down with it.
I might have to pull one up on YouTube real quick so y'all can tell me, is this hip hop?
I mean, fashion is hip hop,
They breaking
right?
better than anybody in the world.
Yeah, I
right
seen
now.
them get out now. They got but I ain't seen them all in Adidas.
That's why they didn't try to put it.
I threw in the Adidas, but watch them have the Adidas when we fund it. I'm saying, no, this is what I'm saying. I'm a type. I'm not saying that we can't find that in the hip hop context. But I thought I've seen breakdancing in the Olympics.
Yeah, they
As
just
far
did.
as So hip hop made the Olympics.
But they not
Hold
rapping.
on, I'm messing up, y'all. Hold on, give me
But they not battle rapping.
Hip-hop.
They not
Element
battle
of
rapping in
hip-
the Olympics.
An element of hip hop made the Olympics, not
Yes, you're right.
Okay,
Element.
that's good. Now, right here it says the Japanese breakdancing Olympics. And I just want to look at this and see how it's presented to the world and see what we're getting from this.
What they did it before the one that they did this year or whatever.
I don't even know. I just know I've seen this before. And there goes Snoop Dogg. So it's being paraded as hip hop. Let's see which hip hop tunes they rock, and just say yes, it's hip hop. Because then, I'm about to ask you a question.
Yo, Smash, you might just put it on mute or see until they start breaking.
Yeah. Now, real quick, they spinning around. So this hip hop then.
Yep. And so all I would say is each different element would be a combination, so everybody can get included. Meaning, there's no graffiti versus graffiti in the Olympic. There's no rapping versus rap.
This is not hip hop. I'm sorry. This is breakdancing in Japan in the motherfucking stadium.
Now, if they start rapping, what would you say to that, Smash? If one of them start rapping against it, it's still not
Yeah,
hip hop.
thank you, Atlanta boy. This ain't hip hop. See, this is one thing that 5 elements.
Nah, it's not hip hop.
This is one thing that 5 elements of hip hop get twisted. If one of the motherfucking elements ain't the black man, that's what I'm saying. That's why your shit could just get took. Motherfuckers just gonna show, it ain't got nothing to do with nothing black. You can just
That's
go
real.
take it and just go take it somewhere, and it's hip hop. Because we wearing the clothes, we doing the dance, we put some graffiti on the fucking wall.
Yeah.
All right, cool. That's why I'm like, no.
I say that's
I think the elements of it, because you have
Yo, Smash,
dancing,
mute it and let me see what type of breaking
have
they do.
you have
I wanna
elements in
see
the
this.
sense of
you get 5 old school dudes like Melly Mel on this panel, and you ask the originators of it, they're gonna say yes, that's hip hop.
What's the 5 elements of salsa music?
Guatemala.
We will have to include Latinos in there somewhere.
But it's black Latino.
Wait. So
I see what you
don't they got some type of dance they do in there?
I see what you
There is. I don't like. All right.
Am I wrong? Help me.
The
Are we
salsa, they got a
bringing race
salsa dance to
into
go
it
with the music, don't they?
because of the conversation, or
No, Smash asked that. He said, why one of them elements ain't a black man?
No, I'm saying, what does it got to do with that? Because it's not. Just tell me. I mean, if it's not one of the elements, then there you have the answer to hip hop.
Well, let me ask you a question, Smash. Playing devil advocate, right? If you go to the continent of Africa, right, and they're all speaking English with no white people, are they really speaking English? Are they really speaking English?
So that's like asking me if I think I don't want to minimize the question, because if I see an all white group doing hip hop and they doing hip hop, right? Not just one little component of it and then we calling it the whole shit. See, that's where we fucking up. We looking at one component of it, calling it the whole thing right now.
You're right. We need to be
right.
I agree with that on what Smash is saying. All of them are elements of the 5. So if
right. That's why I said one element of the 4 elements of hip hop made it to Olympics. Not the not hip hop made it to Olympics. Fact. One of the 4 elements.
But it seems like from the conversation you're saying that, or the panel is saying, if rap would have made it, then that's hip hop. No, it got to have the other 4 elements. Same way this break got to have.
So rap is not hip hop. Can we?
Hold on. Time out.
It's
how about the founder, the one who says hip hop, African Bambaataa, saying that everybody are hip hop. So the founder, he messed this shit up. He making everybody hip hop.
Well, let me ask you.
That's like saying everybody is African.
Yeah, everybody is. The whole world. I mean, it's the question.
No, I'm talking about
question.
The founder of the word called hip hop.
It's a pecking order. It's right. And it came from the black man.
Yo, I'm just saying the founder said everybody's hip hop.
That's why you have graffiti, MCing, DJing, and breakdancing, because you had, and so you had elements things that wasn't allowed in our neighborhood. You wasn't allowed to break dance. You wasn't allowed to play music and rap and stuff. So they came up with their own genre. Remember, they was.
But look, you didn't say the 5th element. B-boy. Remember, what is B-boy?
That's what I'm trying to say. I was
B-boy.
No, that's new. There's only 4 elements of hip hop, not 5.
Yeah, because 5 would be B-boy.
Well, I thought they said the 5 elements of hip hop, but
they did. And the 5th was B-boy.
No. It's not B-boy.
What is
5 elements is one of the elements. You forgot the dress code.
Okay,
the dress code is an element of hip hop.
That's the big part of being a B-boy.
That's that B-boy stuff he's talking about.
Can I just ask really quick though? If I ask real quick, like seriously, I know it sounds like a joke, but what's like the main element of salsa music? If you just had to say one thing about it.
I would say the drum or the
the Mexican.
That's what you would say. You say Mexican? Okay.
Man, you crazy.
So notice how it ain't none of that happening with these elements of hip hop.
Was Celia Cruz considered salsa? Because I would say then the black element in salsa would be the one element.
So that's why they started with DJing or MCing. It's the first element of hip hop.
She's considered the queen of salsa, Celia Cruz.
Okay, but you know what it is though, man?
It's the blacks when they get into something and they start it up and that beat, that drum.
They vanished it. you can't go, you won't see no black type of element when you talk about South, Arengue, and all that shit, right?
You won't?
It's mostly those
Celia Cruz was black.
there's mostly those people who look like J-Lo and all that shit representing that do their little dances,
But they
and you
got
know
it
it come
from
from
Celia
African
Cruz,
dances and
though.
all kinds of shit.
But they got it from Celia Cruz. That's like saying that Elvis Presley's, he got it from Big Mama, what's her name? That's where rocking, but now you don't see them. Now you see all them white boys in it. So the origins, we talking origin.
That's why we need people like Tyreek. That's why we need people like Lord Jamar to protect the culture before it start becoming damn
watered
white
down
Mexican. And people say, "Oh, y'all didn't start this shit."
No,
you know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Then
I
it starts
kind
saying,
of, I agree and disagree. I agree.
Then it starts saying we made it. Since you see, the problem was when our the beginners start saying Puerto Rican was there. Now the Puerto Ricans are saying not just we was there, we 50-50.
Well, Fat Joe said that, and so let's that one.
Not everybody.
Come on, let's make sure we
Crazy
don't contribute to
Legs
none of
saying
the.
shit.
We don't want to contribute to none of the nonsense. Real quick, family, let me get these bars
one
on.
at a time. Let Smash got something to say. Let him speak.
Go ahead, Smash.
I just was saying we don't want to contribute to none of the nonsense. Puerto Rican people did not say that. Fat Joe said that. You know what I'm saying? And
one person.
Yeah,
no, it's not one person.
I haven't even seen. I seen Cuban. His man Cuban Links came on and said something different, and so
that's right. So a few notables said that, but not the masses or the majority have claimed that.
I'm saying we all know that Crazy Leg was one of the pioneers of Puerto Rican whatchamacallit, breakdancing. He's now saying that we was there at the beginning. We was there, but he cannot name his predecessor that was Puerto Rican.
But he said he got them styles from like what's those dancing brothers back there in the 1930s.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Yeah.
No, I forgot their names, but they were some black people who used to dance back like in the Cotton Club and all them old school blacks that used to in the 40s and 50s. And Crazy Lake said he used to study their moves and use their moves. So it's really coming from us still.
I ain't even really tripping off that. I kind of was probing the other question too, because I mean, if we look at how you set something up, and if you ain't even a part of it, I want to see what other people set that up like that. Soon as I ask you what's the elements to salsa music, you say something about Latinos. If I ask you what's the elements,
I say that. I
didn't say that, Smash. I said.
I wasn't talking about you. I mean, I was saying somebody in here.
Oh, okay.
At least somebody in here.
That was kind of wrong because that's not true.
I didn't necessarily think it was wrong. It was something that popped out of your. Oh, you think Latinos wouldn't claim their own music?
It's right.
No, what I'm saying that rhythm, that harmony was those black folks in those countries like Puerto Rico. They brought those from their ancestors from the motherland.
From the motherland. Now, Gila Khan, let me ask you this before you go on, because this is important. You remember the song? You remember the song by the dude? I forgot his name, but Eddie something. La Bamba, la 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 Bamba.
Yeah. He's from Mexico.
Said he found that with the black slaves in the field singing that as chant. Is she? Yeah, that's a good question.
Nah, I think she's just a European.
I thought she was a Mexican from Venice Beach.
I'm sorry, y'all.
She ran with them Venice show line.
She was classically trained to sing.
Yeah, but she also grew up in Venice, California, and she ran with
Rican and Jewish, and his mom.
Let me ask y'all this. Let me see.
Wait a minute. The Philippines' original people is called the Negrillo.
I don't care about that.
So is he one of them?
We know they ain't black. They're not black. Don't even do that.
San Pedro Bayot growing up in Waikiki neighborhood of Honolulu.
Is he black?
They Puerto Rican.
But why is Rican the only one we focused on? Why we not focused on his black genes from Philippines? Because the Philippines' oldest people, we got millions of people in Asia. We're not gonna call them black. We're not gonna call them. We're just gonna cut them out like Hitler and say all of them ain't black.
Bro, this because that ain't how genetics.
Just because they're melanated, it doesn't mean that they're African.
No, I understand you can't say that because genetics work just like that. They left out of Africa. It's called the Out of Africa movement. They went to the Philippines. They went to Asia. They formed their own gene set by their environment. So they're still a part of the African diaspora.
For how long though?
I don't care if it's a trillion, a gazillion.
Yeah,
At
So
one
that
point,
means everybody on. So
white
you
people
think
black
everybody
too.
on the earth
That's like
is
saying that
African?
everything on
everybody
the planet.
is
You
still
can't have
African.
sex
That don't
with a
make
white
sense.
woman and come up with an elephant. It's gonna come up with a thinking human that
No,
could be smarter
man.
than me and you.
Let's slow down a bit. I feel this, but you saying everybody on the earth is still an African then?
Yes, sir. Had
Well,
mentality to its finest, huh?
all right. Well, I can't argue with that. But what are the distinctions we see amongst us?
Frequency, cultural views, how we look. I mean, how we metamorphosize. All this due to our environments and all that. So I see that
I
one
ain't trying to
fraction.
argue with everything, man.
Well, let me
Whoever
Neil,
want to
come on,
argue, go
Smash.
ahead.
I gotta ask Neil this question.
Okay.
Quick. So check this out, Neil. So we got a bunch of species of cats, right?
Yes.
So every cat is just a cat.
My question I want to ask you to that. No, I have to understand the question.
Don't
So
do
what
that.
I mean by that,
No,
they all cat. They all cats. Yeah, they
don't
all
be
cats.
trying to get
They
all,
all cat. Okay, you asked the question. I'll give you a
just
direct
talking
answer.
about. Let's just
My
keep it
direct
real
answer is
like
yes.
we in the hood. Me and you were sitting in the front seat of the car smoking. Me and you home.
Okay.
And I'm asking you just like the homies gonna ask. So you just did that with humans. So let me do it with. Let's go with bears. Are all bears just bears? Koala bears
in base.
hold
I'm gonna
on.
give you a straight up
Koala
answer.
bears,
In base.
polar bears, grizzly bears, black. That's just bears. It's just bears.
Bears are just bears. No, but my question is this: can all
Did you
bears
say
breed?
no?
I asked you, can they
Hold
breed?
on. Did you
Because
say
all
no?
humans can breed. Can all bears breed together? Then they
Polar
all
bears
bears.
and grizzly bears can breed.
No,
But
I
then
asked all of them.
What they got to do with what we talking about?
What it got a significant amount because they are equality in their breeding process, in their creation,
But
in
what
their
I'm asking
procreation.
you, do you acknowledge that there's a such thing as a polar bear and a brown bear? Or
Yes, I do, and a grizzly bear.
So why can't you not taxonomize humans?
I can't. I can acknowledge that there are different species of human, different species of bear. I can acknowledge.
Okay, what's the
that.
name of the different species? Hold on, what's the name of the
different species? What? Yeah, what's the word? Asar, go ahead.
They're all. We're all classified as human.
Yes.
So we'd be different species of apes if you fall into the ape phylum family.
Okay, I got it.
And that only is based off of our phenotype. But other than that, humans are just humans.
Yeah.
And the difference is culture and some of the mutations that take place in our body.
Yes, break that.
So
That's
these
it.
mutations are identifiable, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And therefore, you can taxonomize it based on the phenotypical differences that we see. It's just
Okay.
that simple.
And are you saying that there's different cultures?
Humans do this with everything else, but then we seem to be confused when it comes down to doing the taxonomy of humans.
Well, and that's why I want to finish my statement right there, because everybody else will describe themselves as white or brown or yellow or whatever the case. So, and they'll draw a fine line as to what your culture is and what their culture is. What we don't do, because we're the original human, is make that same distinction. But in order to protect ourselves, because of the way that the mindset is flowing for humans, it's time to. It's time to. Until they come back to how they need to be, so that we can all search for equality on a grand level. Because they just continue you from everything. They just conjoin you from everything. They may start it as your culture and then immerse it so that they make money off your culture, but you can't. So they do things like that to you, which is, that is part of nature's. It's also part of how people have, like I said, just how they've grown to be. So it's time that us, as Black people, we have to start doing that same thing.
I see your point, and I concur with you on that, Asar, because you're saying objectively, as you look in a social construct, that's what they have done. But and ain't no argument to that. My only statement would be the big millions and millions of Blacks in Asia who I believe in Pan-African, Pan James is trying to dissociate or say they're not us. Well, I don't agree with that, because you got Eastern Blacks that's over there near the Middle East and Far East. They claim that people left Kush and went to India, and there's elements over there that was enslaved. There is a big majority, a lot of our people in Asia, we can't just chop them off and claim West Caribbean islands and African Americans and just Africa. No, that don't work like that.
Correct.
Brother,
And I think we
this
have
is
to
this
do
is what
that
you got
soon.
hold on. This is what you got to understand, Neil.
I'm
When
listening.
you start to talk about the Dravidians, those are Africans.
Okay.
They're African based, but they still have admixture with those Indians that they came into contact
Yes,
with.
sir.
You
The
can clearly
Jarawa
see they
people too.
African.
Yep.
The people in the Ottoman Islands, they're
Yes.
Africans.
Okay.
The people in the Papua New Guinea, they're Africans.
I'm not arguing with you then, James. I'm shutting up.
But hold
I'm
on.
shutting up.
But when you start to talk about the people on the mainland and they start to look like non-Africans, that's how you delineate.
Yes, sir.
Humans are not stupid.
Yes, sir.
And that's what I'm trying to get you.
Okay. I understand then.
I understand that when we phenotypically
No,
looking
the
at
people on the
who are-
Andaman Islands are not genetically African.
No, they
Brother.
left. They mutated, but they still are a part of that.
They
first
retain more
They're
than
more
African
closer to
genetics
Asian.
than
They're
the
more closer
people.
to Chinese.
A
than
phenotype
Listen.
does not determine. A phenotype does not determine necessarily what you are, because you can look completely white but be genetically black and vice versa.
You're talking about genotype now.
So here's the issue with that, right? Because if we look in Latino culture, they're unified under a language, and they don't care if they're light skinned to dark skinned, even though they treat their darker skin more disrespectfully.
Yep.
So with blacks, is what I'm proposing. We need to do the same. I don't care if you're from India or any of that. When we start to see our phenotype, let's lock in, let's make an economic pact,
Concur.
and let's start to make moves.
That's it. Because you're gonna get treated. You're gonna get, even if they don't know your genotype, they're gonna go by your phenotype as they treat. If any one of those people we talk about, them Andaman Islands, would have been in America in 1750 or 1650, they would have been right on the front line picking cotton too.
Correct.
They didn't care about their damn geno, or they looked at that pheno.
Yeah. So
I know that there's not cultural continuity between that continent of Africa and Asia.
I disagree, because you know why? When they first left, you say they're more closer. No, they're the originators of, and those people that they're closer to are closer back to them when they are closer to us coming back. It's not that the Chinese stand in the way, the yellow one, and then the black one's over there, and he's closer on that side. No, he's on this side. He's the first to create the yellow one.
No, we don't even need it. Look at Ami. She just won the breakdance competition.
You don't even need any old one. We got new stuff to unify.
Hey, you know what I noticed about those black folks in those Caribbean, in those country like Puerto Rico, like that, is that they'll fight hard for that flag, that Puerto Rican and stuff like that. I said, nah, it's like y'all don't see the difference as a few of them than your lighter counterpart. Nah, I don't see a difference. We all the same. We all the same. But when you look at their class system in there, you always see them at the bottom. When you see representation of their
country,
when you see the when you see the representation, when you see the golly. When you see the representation of their
Puerto Rico, that's going on all over the world.
But one thing about them Cubans I noticed in LA jails, they could be black, wool hair, look like Shaka. They rocking it. They'll stick a nigga for the excuse me.
That's what I'm saying. And most of the Dominican baseball players.
Oh man,
when you see their wife, they be black as.
Right, man,
but
we
their
can't
wife,
hold on. Y'all going too far.
Will you let me talk? Hold on.
No, because you're going too far.
Take over,
we
James.
got African American athletes doing the same
thing. Come on, James.
Name them.
Stop.
From basketball, we all marry African American. Always marry black. Majority of them always marry black women. Football player with a name a basketball player. Name 5 of them.
He's correct. Statistically speaking, 85%.
You got Scottie Pippen.
85%.
You got Michael Jordan. You got Charles Barkley. Let me see.
Yeah, let's deal with
on and on. But those are 3 of the prominents that
but you naming old niggas.
Nah, but
I'm talking about LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony. I'm talking about Dwayne Wade, Steph Curry, Jermon Green, whatever his name, Green.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is
Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah,
Leonard,
but you want to name the whole league if
Name
you
'em.
keep going. So yeah.
I can
So,
keep
but
going.
James, you make a good point when you say that, right? Because
You could pick.
listen, there's a couple things about the people he named. Charles Barkley tried to sell us out over that police brutality.
Yep.
Michael Jordan, when he was the most powerful, he wouldn't do shit for black folk, none of that stuff.
Yep.
He had a whole issue with it, you know what I'm saying? So you can see the sellout when he's doing this thing, and we don't call him out for it.
Or chastise him. No, we don't chastise him
We didn't really call
economically. We don't
Michael out
boycott
until
his shoes.
after he retired. When Michael was making his money, we said nothing. We
Well,
idolized
because
him.
he had a black woman at that time.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
Yes, he
when
did.
he first
started. Okay.
Yeah, when he retired, before he retired, he had a black woman.
Yeah, they got a divorce.
Yeah, when he divorced her.
They talking
but
about actors
I
too,
don't know.
though. Wait a
She
minute.
might have
Let's
divorced him, but either which way, you have the same phenomenon all over the world. So we just can't be.
No, what I'm saying to you is, James,
To bring it all home, right now we dealing with this Travis Hunter and this particular chick that he's dealing with.
that girl
That's
mixed.
all over.
She
That's
got black
all over
in
the
it.
internet right now.
I know, but she's just a light-skinned black woman. That's it.
Yeah.
Man,
And I ain't tripping off your girl. I'm tripping off your
He said she was a light skin.
Who, James? I didn't hear that. Who did he say this light skin?
He said Travis Hunter's girlfriend is a light skinned black woman.
No, she
is. She's mixed.
She is.
She's mixed.
She
But
mixed. She
85%.
out here. I see her on a regular basis. She out here.
Okay.
She mixed. Yeah, she mixed.
85%
I got cousins
of black
in my
males.
family that's her complexion. So
Well, you say 85% of black male did what?
85% of black males that make over $200,000 a year are married to black women.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And a
I
question.
could agree with that. And you know, also
That's not the issue at all.
Where is the biggest black population in America's
Brazil.
major cities? 13 and 2, my hometown, Detroit, baby.
What about
Detroit,
it?
D-town.
I was saying it. I love Detroit people, man. They real down. They man.
We finally got 13 and 2 in the NFL. We about to do this.
Y'all injured.
Y'all can have all the record in the world. Y'all ain't gonna win the damn Super Bowl. All that
They
talk.
can't. They got too many injured. They got like 21 people.
22 injured. You're right.
Yeah, that's a crash and burn situation right there.
That's real.
And I was rooting for Detroit. They ain't never won that.
Man. First time in the whole league.
Yeah, I was
got
really
13
rooting
and
for
2.
them. I still hope but I just doubt.
Yeah, it's hard now, boy.
Yeah,
Based
but coming
on the
back
injury.
to hip hop,
yes,
where we originally was starting, Mario is not Puerto Rock, right? Mario
mean?
was one of the black spades who started, almost started MCing, right? Because he would talk over his DJ's record. The DJ that DJ for him, his name slips my mind, is a brother. And they was DJing before Cool Herc. And Cool Herc came around and watched him, and then they got started. And they started from watching a disco. There's this guy who did disco, and I don't know how he did this. I remember playing as a DJ when we was younger, but he was so clean, he would pick up the needle, drop it on the next location without putting tape on his record to know the location where it needs to drop, and it would be right on time with the beat because you didn't have a mixer at that time.
But let me ask you a question. Can I pose a question to you, Asar?
Yes, sir.
Question is this: how many of these people who we see that are dark skinned, that we assume are quote unquote black, and might be of Puerto Rican heritage, and we just don't know, and they just didn't say no because they didn't want beef?
All of them, because if you in New York, sometimes a lot of times you're gonna have difficulty saying is he light skinned or is he Puerto Rican or is he Dominican? We didn't brought up the Dominican factor.
Trinidad, Trinis.
Yeah, you have no idea which one, and that's because why? Because just like us, they was dropped off on one of the islands, and a lot of them did a little more mixing than the rest of us did.
And different systems too. Different
So,
systems.
let me so y'all hold on. Now check this out. We
Yo.
got some people from New York on here. Check this out. Let
That's
me
me.
ask
Including
y'all.
me, by
This
the
is
way,
gonna be
just so you know that.
fascinating. So is Fat Joe black?
Fat Joe was Puerto Rican.
No, he's
Thanks
Puerto
for the
Rican.
cash out.
He's
No,
part
Cuban,
black.
huh? He's
He's,
Puerto
Fat
Rican and
Joe
he's
said
Cuban.
part
he
black.
white.
He's
You read,
part
I mean,
Boricua.
that thing said he white. I don't get it.
But
I
Fat
know
Joe never
because
said he was
on
white.
the flag of Puerto Rico,
Listen,
you got 3 humans. You got the black, the Hispanic, the Indian, and the
you got the
white
Puerto Rican,
Spanish.
you got the Boricua.
Yeah,
The
so which one of the
Boricua is
3
what was
is
over
his
there.
oh, hold
lineage?
on. Don't you know
Listen,
Puerto Rico was
with,
conquered by what is it, Scotland before that?
Wow.
Spain, Spain, Spain.
If
yeah,
I'm
but
not mistaken.
before it was Puerto Rico, it was just Boricua land. When the
Nah,
Africans
well, I'm talking
dropped
about
over there,
I'm talking
it was
about from
just
the
a
hip
bunch of
hop.
Boricuas.
Hold
But
on, I'm talking about from the hip hop perspective, how we
but
seen
listen,
it.
you're talking about Fat Joe. So Fat Joe, if you see his hair grow out,
Oh man, white than them.
Yeah, no. But this is what I'm saying though. How y'all was
no,
dealing
his
with
hair
this
is kind of
because this is
Afro-esque,
kind of how
and
we
his
But he
thought. You
has
know,
and
green eyes
his
we
though,
hair
was
Carl.
is
looking
a
at it
little
from the outside looking
Afro-esque.
in.
Pull
Hold
out
on.
his
Right.
pull up his picture, sir. I seen
No,
his
So
we
picture.
already
unless
seen all that. But hold on,
unless he puts the grease on it and straightens it down, it puffs.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Do
well,
you
no, but this is
know?
what
Yeah,
I'm saying though.
But do
Like,
you guys know Fat Joe said that he has green eyes? Did you ever hear him say
I
that?
know it. Fat Joe was with me at the World Supremacy battle. I know Fat Joe personally. Me
So a
and
lot of
Pun
people.
was part of the Hyena group. Me, him, and Keith the Walk Watts, and it was supposed to be one other dude over there.
How you feel
Me and
about his
Brad.
comments?
And
Right.
I got a video. The show right before Pun died. He's out here in Colorado. I think he died at the Kansas show next. And so I'm performing, Exhibit's performing, Funk Master Flex is there with us, and then he's performing after that. So I know them well enough. Even
Right.
well, a funny thing, Cuban Links and Triple Sace went to George out here with us. Triple
Hey,
Sace know me. He know
I,
me as Bumpy Chill.
I let it
So
run for too long. I'm tripping, but I ain't gonna
yeah.
immediately abruptly stop it. Keep finish saying what you're saying, and then we can
Yeah. So yeah, we seen Joe. Joe been in the hood like that. And Puerto Ricans around there who look even more European than him, they run around with the N-word because they Puerto Rican, and they've always considered the Puerto Rican to be black, like the Dominican.
Right. But remember, Fat Joe in the interview that we showed, he said, "Listen, I grew up around black people. I don't know any better. They call me nigga. I use the word nigga. Nobody had a problem with it. I consider myself black." He talks about being African. He represents the African culture. So why should we be mad at him? I don't see him doing anything.
Fat
To be
Joe
mad
said
at
he
him for
talked
his
about being
disrespectful
Yeah, he
talk
also
concerning the
performed in
he
Black
talked
Africa
about
too.
being
Foundation.
African.
He did some couple shows in
Yeah,
Africa.
because he considers himself
No,
that
he
way.
spoke.
So I
But
He
don't
he,
said
know.
that.
he
He
Boricua.
speaks
So
about saying these things come from Africa, and he doesn't have a problem with African culture. He's not like those Puerto Ricans because he looks that way. He says, "I'm black. I was raised around black people. They accepted me, so I'm going to consider myself black." One
he
of his
always
friends
felt
in
that
It's
Puerto
way.
no
Rico.
problem with Joe. It's no problem with Joe on that level. The problem with Joe, and it could be an African, it could have been Mandela. If Mandela himself said he started 50% hip hop, it's a problem Black America gonna have with Mandela.
That's right. That's right. You're wrong
Yeah, but
in
you
what you
can't.
said,
Yeah, but
and
you
you're
can't
wrong in how
exclude
you
Puerto
saying
Rico.
what you're saying. So if you running around and we done said it on this. I've been on this Facebook. I'm like, yo, B, you saying nigga too much. You need to watch it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that goes for us too. We say it amongst ourselves too. That
Yeah,
we
but
get
it's not
the
just
word
us.
nigga.
We know who we are. You're not gonna tell a white boy saying redneck too much. You're gonna let him be what he is. But
Yeah,
I'm
but
telling him as a brother, like, yo, you saying it way too much. You saying it like you a Nazi. Slow
Hey,
down.
Asar, that's deep because out here in LA, the white boys call themselves Peckerwood. Hey,
Yeah.
Wood, hey, Peckerwood, check this out. But if we say Peckerwood, it's an issue.
It's a problem. Yeah. And they not gonna put themselves over it.
But
So
if we're acknowledging, if we're acknowledging that the man is black,
What kind of reverse, right? Hold
at
on.
what
He's the
at
only
what
Does
one.
point do
anybody
you
know how
tell
that
him?
started?
Like, just because he
Does
acknowledged
anybody
that,
know
don't
how
mean
that started?
we all
Exactly, just because
agree
he
that he.
acknowledges. Yeah, he's not acknowledging African Americans as the founders of hip hop. He's trying to say, even though I'm black, my part of the black quarter, we are half of what hip hop started, and that's a lie.
Well, all right then.
Right,
We can
right.
attack him on that. Well, we can attack him on that because that may or may not be true. As I said, there are plenty of people who you might think is black, but they're Puerto Rican and they were involved in hip hop.
But I don't get the
Definitely,
contradiction because I mean I thought my bad. You have more to say?
Yeah,
No,
I would
I'm
say
just
the
saying.
contribute. I think you was going to say what I was going to say. The contribution from the Puerto Rican to hip hop is invaluable, and they did a
Go ahead,
whole
then.
lot.
Yeah, I'm not
And
tripping off that, but think about this.
but the
You
starters and the founders of it, it was this black identity.
All
It
right,
was this
look.
African culture.
You saying nigga though, like
Also,
they all right, just hear me out. He saying nigga, he said I was all around black people. He considered himself black. But then when you talk about hip hop, you said, oh, now you unconsidering yourself black and you fully Puerto Rican and you
right.
saying I'ma represent you. I don't really get how that could be a natural process.
Double standard.
Well, all Puerto Ricans are not white now.
No,
Well,
I'm
here's the
just
thing,
saying
though.
at that point he don't consider that. Now he just said, oh, he said he a black Puerto Rican. I would want to hear how that works.
I always hear him saying, I always hear Fat Joe saying, I'm black, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm Cuban. I never heard him use the word
See,
white.
that's what I be saying, man.
I
Y'all
never heard
act
him
like,
use
hold
that.
on, hold on. Y'all act like it. There ain't no such thing as a black Puerto Rican and a
Exactly.
non-black.
Noriega is black.
That's what I
Noriega.
said.
But you're talking about specifically Fat Joe, not anybody else.
Yeah,
Wait
well,
a
then,
minute. Sanetta's father's Puerto Rican. He's
We're
half.
not
we
talking
getting
about
confused. All right,
Sarnetta
look.
right now.
No, we
So
are talking about the element, bro.
let's
Whoever that was saying, we're
let's
not
be
talking
clear. Look, because are y'all saying that Fat Joe identifies as an Afro, whatever?
I don't say that. No, he said he was white.
Afro Latino.
Yeah.
No,
Nah, I heard him
generally,
say he was white, like he was
Yep.
a white Puerto Rican.
Exactly.
No, I never heard him say that.
before.
I never heard him use
So
that
yeah,
word.
you
Nah,
have to show
If
me
he
that.
don't, so he
but
be
what's
mixing
crazy
it up
to me
just to
is
try
y'all
to
gotta
fit
hear
in, and that's two
somebody
different
say
things.
it. Y'all just can't look at a person and just figure this out.
So my
That what
question
y'all
would be,
tell. Hold on, that what y'all telling me?
We're
no,
not
no, you
dealing
can
with
do that.
that.
You can do that. But my question would be, why did Joe say himself? And somebody got to answer. Was it out of context? I'm hearing this. He said the Moreno's time is up. It's our time now. When he was amongst his Puerto, why would he say Moreno's time is up if he don't consider himself Moreno?
Moreno.
Yeah, that's all.
Well, the person who put that statement out there was Cuban Links.
Yep, Cuban, his
But
boy.
Now,
here's the
didn't
thing.
they have a
Here's
fall?
my
Didn't
question
they
to
fall
you.
out
Him
or
and
not?
Cuban ain't cool no more. Yeah,
That's true.
him and Cuban ain't been cool for a while.
Well, let me ask you guys a question
Yeah,
real
but
quick
Cuban
before I
Links
get
got
off. Hold
caught
on.
lying on Fat Joe
Let me
before.
ask. So people like Rakim, KRS One,
Brother Jay from
Big Daddy,
Explain. Okay, go ahead.
Big Daddy Kane,
Yeah.
right? And I forgot who, and Notorious B.I.G., right? These guys have ties to the Caribbeans. Do we mark them as not being? They contribute, right?
Busta Rhymes.
Man, you
Busta
tripping.
Rhymes, all the
Man,
what?
see, that's what I'm saying. So okay,
I
now
never
let me
did
answer-
that,
let
G.
me- Let me answer
Lacan.
this question.
Hold on.
for you.
I mean, I never did that, G. And that's some new stuff that they doing now. I mean, if you was black, then you was black. I never was trying to see how long you was black, or But
what
you
type
go
of-
ahead, James.
where you was from that you was black? Busta Rhymes. I mean, like I wouldn't even ask that type of a question. Like that is just really wild to me that we would be putting them off into any type of a category other than black.
Tyreek doing that bullshit.
But
No,
then see that's what
don't
I'm
say
saying.
that
When you
Tyreek
can't
doing
be
it.
put
Say
him,
they
That's
putting
Tariq
themselves. They
Nasheed.
stepping
That
out.
is Tariq Nasheed. That is a.
That is not Tariq Nasheed.
That
is
is
them
Tariq
stepping.
Nasheed.
That is not Tariq
Tariq said
No,
Nasheed.
stop
Busta
That's
it,
them
Rhymes
bro.
stepping
is
out
a
on
The
their own.
Caribbean.
grifter
Statement
himself.
to the world. Listen,
Grifter
I'm Busta
himself.
Rhymes from Jamaica. I'm
No,
not saying I'm black.
All right, look,
No,
I
he
gotta
started out
this could
as
go
a
on
hip
forever.
guy.
I know this is a good
Remember
one.
that.
This could go on forever, but I gotta wind it down. Let's just allow everybody to say their final pieces.
Okay, so I'll
Go
start
right
first. Let me
ahead.
get off. So Tyreek is saying that Busta Rhymes and Fat Joe, they got Caribbean ties, so they're not FBA. So if he gonna say that Rakim father is from the Caribbean, but his mother is a Black American, whatnot. But other MCs that we love are coming from the Caribbean. So why are we even fighting them among, as long as they are black? So what? If you know what I'm saying, but I landed right there. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say if the original mother and father rapper was from America and he made up this distinct style, even though G. LeConte was saying earlier, you got to give respect to the uniqueness of African Americans originating it, then the other people who came later, they can be phenomenal. Rakims, you can call all their names, but they'd have to acknowledge the origin being of African American. I land my plane.
Okay, so let me give you a perfect example. None of my parents were born in America, right? None of my family that I know is so some of my family was not born in America. So does that make me not a FBA? Both of my parents is from the Caribbean. So what does that make me?
That
My
make you
birth certificate
Caribbean.
says American.
Yeah, you're not
But my
FBA.
birth certificate says American. I don't have a Caribbean birth.
And make you black.
Yeah, that make you black. So let me ask you this, brother. If they was giving out reparations for descendants of those in America that suffered from picking cotton and this and the third, even though you're born here right now in this present time, would you feel justified in getting that money and taking it away from another black that actually has that lineage?
Well, I have the same lineage no matter where I come from, apparently.
And there we go with the fantasy shit. See what I'm saying?
It's just the actual question. It's not we're gonna get it. I'm just saying if those
Yes.
was the political, you would feel justified.
Yes, I would be justified because
No, you
Why
won't.
would
No,
you
you
feel
won't. Back
justified?
up. Get out. Step
I was
out the
born in
way.
Why
It's
would you
war now.
justify? Why
No.
would you feel justified for that?
Exactly.
I'm an
That's
I was
African.
born in America.
I'm an
Where else was I
African. I
born?
would not feel good about getting money. I didn't have my ancestors did not come in the 1700s. Nah, I just came.
That's
My
real.
people
I like
came.
that. G, look,
Yeah,
tell them,
my people came in the
Khan, you're
late
Liberian.
70s.
You're
I'm a
Liberian.
Liberian.
So let's
Yeah.
say something
there's a
Charles Smith in
connection.
Liberia did something to his family. I
Right.
don't feel justified in going over there and they passing out $300,000 to all the blacks that did that, and I just go over there and blend in and be like, oh no.
I'll be mad as hell. You don't belong here. Yeah,
Exactly.
I'll be upset.
Kick that grill.
Sheila Khan has African American ties based on him being from Liberia.
No, I don't.
Brother,
I'm
the
a
president-
Indian. I
the-
got no blood of African
Brother,
American
one
in
of
my
the
DNA.
the former president
I
of
already
the
know.
country was an American brother.
I already know. But
You
it
know
doesn't
that.
mean we share the same DNA.
That's true. It's different tribes.
Yes, it
It's
does.
different
That's
tribes.
exactly what it
I'm
is.
Now you're
indigenous
messing
to.
it all up. You're black.
Yes.
No matter if you're
Yes,
a
but we
different
now we
clan.
talking politics.
If I'm black, though, I gotta say
And
this,
if you
Asar. I
talking
can go anywhere
reparations,
on
hold
earth
up.
where something happened, even South Africa with the clerk. I could just say I'm black. Give me that money too. No, I can't. I gotta respect the pecking order.
If you black and you from Jamaica, Marcus Garvey was one of our biggest and best.
But
Yeah,
Marcus
we love you. We
Garvey's
love you, but I'm
family
not giving them none of the
And
40 acres and a mule.
and before the Book of Negroes, which carries from America over to Jamaica, over to France and England. Yes.
All right,
you
look,
have
we
to
busting out a whole new
respect the
debate. Hold on,
process
I
and
can't
the
hear me.
locations they went.
We busting
So,
out with a whole
if-
new debate. I was just trying
Yeah,
to close the words.
This is not an argument of that. Hey, brother Smash, this is not an argument about who is black or not. This is a political agenda we're
This is
dealing
who
with. It's
deserve
like
reparations.
exactly.
So-
If let me say this: if SAR was assaulted down the street in the subway and they was giving him some money for it, I'm not gonna go over there and say, "Well, give me some too." He's the same culture as me. No, I'm gonna say he deserves that for his political situation.
But let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. All of these, I mean, I just want to make my statement because I don't want to start another thing. All of these things have been settled already by the peoples who've already gotten reparations and they didn't have to infight about it. Like, for instance, when they gave the Japanese 20 G's for being descendants of those who were, in those concentration camps or what have you, did you think heck of people in Japan was like, look, they giving out 20 G's in America.
Hell no.
Let's fly over there.
Hell
And
no.
then Japanese in America
Hell
start
no.
saying, y'all ain't traditional. You feel me? Or what about
now they would have said it. They would have said it. Smash.
but-
if they was family saying, well, y'all got to hold up because we already gave out as much as we're gonna. We only got a few more dollars left. They'd have start getting down to, let me see your paper. Let me see who you are.
Well, I think that the system has something in place for that. And lastly, I'll say with the white slave owners getting reparations, you know, the people of the North thought that was whack, and they probably was like, well, why don't I just go get me some white slave owner reparations? So how did they come up with a new one? Now we foundational whites because we about to get reparations?
Exactly.
They had to come up with something.
They didn't come up with nothing. Is my point. They just got their
you can't say that,
issues.
Smash, because now you know why you can't say that? Because to say that is to say if they knew it was 3,000 African Americans that went through slavery, but America has 27,000, and all of a sudden they're giving out there up to 2,999, and here come 50. They know all y'all.
No, I don't think you understand the point. The reparations was paid out to the slave owners, which
no, I get you.
let me finish my statement real quick. It's paid out to the slave owners, right? Who they supposedly got their slaves taken away. My point is, it would have been some other Europeans like, okay, I want to get some of them reparations too. What name did these people of the South then call themselves in order to exclude themselves from other white people?
They had to have a docket, the ones giving out the money to know exactly that those other ones from the North.
And they were still just white people though, right?
Exactly. We all still black people. We all still, I had no problem with that. We all still black. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So why we need to come up with some new name?
That there it is. We don't need to come up with no new name. We need to know who deserves what. That's all.
And to top that off, you're not gonna put a spot on somebody's fight for trying to be free, because Haiti had to do it. We know they came through the Middle Passage, Ethiopia, Egyptian, and mostly through England. We're not going to put it on Brazil. Brazil say they need reparations because they black. We're not going to put a stamp on that because we know they came from over there, Angola area. So, you know, you can't just start specifying, oh, no, because you didn't deserve it. Jamaica's Jamaica because you got taken from Africa.
So the question to you, Asar, would be this: Asar, you giving out the money, and it's a African. You're doing it just in this government. We know those governments owe those people that went to Jamaica. The Jamaican government, the British owe them. But we're dealing with United States of America. Do you say these white United States of America should give all the black
This is the
folks
last
globe
question
money?
too, because I gotta go.
Okay, that's the question.
Somewhat, because we watch this.
It'll never happen.
Watch this. Yeah, it would, because Jews got it.
And be broke.
We're not
As far as
Germany.
they gave millions.
We're not
and
Germany.
billions
We're not Germany. We didn't cause that. Germans caused that, and we paid reparations to the Jews. Why?
America.
Not
Yeah,
all Jews.
America.
Not all Jews.
Not all Jews, but then
It don't
you still
matter.
got
We
Ford
paid it
over
to the
here.
Jews, and we didn't cause it. Germany caused
But we
it.
helped.
What are we the
Ford
ones
built
paying
some
for?
of the tanks and bombs they gave to Hitler to kill them.
No, we the ones who fought and reprimanded and got Germany up out of there. What are you talking about?
After though, Asar, after. But the beginning, I'm from Detroit. The Ford Motor Company, they was sending money to Hitler. Ford himself. It was all kind of white German Americans supporting Hitler.
Pakistan was sending money to
Come
Hitler.
on, yeah.
Hold on.
So
Did you
what?
say you was from where?
He from
Neil.
Detroit.
Yeah, I was born in Detroit.
So you said he was doing that when you was born?
No, I said when the war was going on, it's a documented fact that Ford was sending money to Hitler and they was supporting the Nazis.
What year was that?
Okay, we could go on forever. I gotta get up out of here. I appreciate y'all.
All right,
Thanks
man.
for making it a good show.
problem.
Always.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Damn, I'm still like that.
All right,
One
later,
shit.
bye.
Always come back.
Always.
Come
Peace to the
holler.
family. Yep.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, fam, bam. It's been a long day. I think I want to go track down some family and see them on this holiday or get